Okay, so today is going to be only my second stream back to Twitch because I've been doing a lot of YouTube streaming and those are kind of good, or I somehow like it doing it there better. For those mobile streams, like the iPhone mobile streams where like I'm driving my car and doing like my absolute philosophy series and stuff. So that has been what I've been doing most of the time. So some people who maybe only follow me on Twitch might think, oh, he quit or he took a break or something, but not really. You know, I've still been streaming basically every day. Maybe I missed 1 or 2 days here and there, which is always a cardinal sin, and I try to avoid doing that. But basically, I've been doing it again on YouTube and mostly just the driving streams, like just chatting, not actually playing anything. So that's what I decided to do. Is like I'll split it up this way. If I play games, I'll do it on Twitch. And if I am doing something like just chatting or reaction content or debate stuff or whatever, or anything that doesn't involve playing a game necessarily, I could do it on YouTube, I guess, unless it's like a mobile game, because then it's just on the phone. That's kind of how I'm separating it, right? If it's like a PC thing where like I'm playing a game or doing what I'm doing now, I may as well do that on PC. And if I'm doing it something on the phone, on my iPhone, then I may as well do it there. On YouTube. So the other one I did was obviously last Sunday, and it was the Super Bowl, which I was literally falling asleep. I couldn't even get through it. It was very boring. I was tired anyway, so I'm not going to blame it entirely on that, but it's obviously a situation where, you know, it's just wasn't a very interesting game, kind of like last year actually. That's kind of the downside. See, the one good thing with the Super Bowl, you could say, or just football in general, is like it's not like other sports where there's like a game 7 and you have to, you know, whatever. Game 7s can be good, but like it makes every individual game less meaningful. Whereas in football, it's like single elimination, you know, one game and you're out. That makes it very intense. Like every game is a game 7, but the flip side of it is that if it's boring, then that's it. Like you won't get another chance then to see those two teams. So, right, like those last two have been blowouts, and so there's no guarantee. Whereas if it's a 7-game series and the teams are relatively evenly matched, you'll probably get a pretty good. Right. I'm testing one thing with the mic because it doesn't seem loud enough. Like I'm very close to it, but it doesn't seem to be. I'm not exactly sure why it's like this. Like maybe something changed with the settings on it, or let me see, was it like this before, plus 36? I don't know why that would change on its own. I really don't know. Plus 36 decibels or plus 32, I think it might be what it was, but it won't even let me do it. It was on plus 30, which I don't think it was actually on normally. You know, let's go happy in the middle, because I feel like I'm super close to it and it should probably be going in the red a bit more, not that you want it to. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to look at some of my old school gimmick decks and try to iterate on them, try to really, I might not even use them too much. I just want to like really look at them and either add new cards or kind of clean them up and make them like really clear and organized as far as what I'm doing. You know, just to like put a stamp on them, so to speak.
Gather round, everyone. The fun's about to start.
And there was some weird glitch when I just tried to go in actually just to test, where the audio wasn't playing. The whatever. Like what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna disenchant. This is always a mistake I make, but I'm gonna like disenchant my entire collection, I guess. I don't care about Cataclysm or the new stuff at all, or maybe if it included some you know, some gimmick type card, like an elusive evasive type thing, it'd be very relevant. But across the timeways, but like I never even pay attention to these new I never pay attention to these new expansions or anything like that. Like I really don't care, or that's the only thing I'm looking for. I'll see like, oh, is there a new elusive minion or something, because right, just to see if I can add that into the mix as far as what we have, you know, in my gimmick deck. So something that might fit into the gimmick deck, even if it's not appreciating it for its actual quality. Let me take my time here, but what I'll do is, again, I'll disenchant pretty much everything. Like I want to commit to certain classes So I have like a setup in such a way that, what was that? It gave me like some option on the other one. Yeah, this is more about just organizing stuff because I often just play as these gimmick decks and don't really do anything with it. There's a few things I've never done throughout the history of Hearthstone that maybe it feels like I should have done though. Like, oh, I've never gotten to Legend rank 1, and I could say like I've never tried to, because usually when I get to Legend I would just stop playing. But the other thing is, like, I've never gotten to rank 100 on the reward track that would allow you to get like one of these heroes, which maybe there's some new ones that I haven't noticed, right? I haven't looked at in a while. But so those are like two things at least that I haven't done, or that it feels like you probably should do those at least once. Honestly, most of these don't even like that good, but there's definitely more than what I'm used to seeing in the past. So again, I'm gonna hard commit to certain classes and just like, I guess the problem is I'd have to look through like every card in the history of the game though to really do this, because I'm trying to commit to certain mechanics, right? That's what these gimmicks are all about, to explain it the best way possible, right? This is my version of doing a pack opening, but it's kind of lame because I really don't care what I'm getting. I'm all about the fun factor in the sense that, you know, again, it's about you take a mechanic, you commit to it. There's no win condition, except the one exception being the stupid ass whatever, the paladin one, because I could never come up with a good paladin gimmick deck, or none of them are really fun, so I would always do that as a default. The 4 horsemen thing, which was a little bit silly, but get a legendary Galvin of Tomorrow. Sometimes the packs look cooler than the card backs themselves. But yeah, I like how this is like my identity in card games a lot of the time, either like Yu-Gi-Oh even or stuff like that, where I'd make like these sort of gimmick decks or whatever. Even when I was trying to play Magic, I was getting obsessed with the hexproof mechanic and stuff like that. And the problem is people look at everything in such a zero-sum way. You could say maybe you shouldn't do that in your first time playing, you should try to metagame a bit or something, but it's arguably better that way, because that's a good power creep example. You had to go through that quest to get 40 health right before. Now you can just play a card and just get it. Sure, it costs 10 mana, but like, I love those identical effects that yeah, I don't even care what I'm getting. But the thing is that, you know, you commit to a gimmick, it doesn't matter how good it is, there's no win condition, right? It's about this mid-range sort of appreciate stuff on the board. It's something that you sort of move away from in modern card games, like, oh, synchro summoning and all this kind of stuff. It's more about playing out of the hand than on the board. And I'll kind of objectively criticize the synchro summoning and stuff like that in Yu-Gi-Oh! The 5-minute turn ones and stuff like that. That's like a power creep example of some subversion of the game, because you might say, oh, it's just complicated, or, you know, you just don't get it or something like that. I'm not saying it can't be complicated, but that's not the issue. The point is that you go into the game and it's like, you start with your opening hand, and the principle there, like in old school Yu-Gi-Oh! Or in general, you should have to build something up. So no matter how good the cards are or the archetype or whatever it is you're trying to do, even if it's like an aggro deck and you're trying to flood the board, there's something inherently wrong with that, because it used to be like, okay, you have to summon stuff, summon a minion, get it to stick on the board for a couple turns, then you contribute it, then you can get something better, and then the effects can come after that. But you have to build towards it, right? You can't just start turn 1 and, oh, I'm already going to start summoning crazy stuff. You're getting reward with no work, right? You're not putting in the work to get to that point. You're just starting and you already have everything you want, and win conditions and crazy monsters and effects. So that's basically power creep in a very direct sense. It's like, well, the work you did wasn't in the course of the game itself to try to build up a strong board or something like that, a combo or a strategy. It's just more like, well, you paid the money, you keep buying packs and you buy the new cards, right? So therefore you get rewarded for that, and you get to have this 10-minute synchro summoning turn 1. That's basically what it is. You're not getting rewarded for playing on the board and playing in the course of the game. You're getting rewarded basically just for having the cards, just having these power creeped out cards. So that's the point of it. The pacing is missing because you could do those same exact interactions, but they shouldn't be on turn 1. They should be on turn 10 after you put some work in, or you get the right combo, or you get, you know, that's the issue. Is like, yes, you could get turn 1 Exodia back in the day, but it was unlikely and it wasn't like a guaranteed thing. Or you could get some crazy combos, but it would be kind of a big deal. Whereas now it's sort of treated as a default. So again, let's look at that principle like in like Magic the Gathering, how I was doing hexproof, right? It's my first playthrough of the game, like my first time playing the game, right? I'm not especially accomplished in it. I've never gotten to like legend rank or whatever, right? Magic Arena. And it's like I'm trying to do all these either old school cards, because to me they're just as new as the new cards. So it's like people could say, like, let's just look at that principle. People would say, oh, you should look at the new cards and use the new cards. But it's like, why should I do that when I've never experienced the old cards to their fullest, right? Why? They're all new to me, so why should I jump on the bandwagon of like, I'm going to ignore all the older cards that could be very interesting and fun and just focus on the new cards because they're power creeped out or whatever. But then I'm robbing myself of the experience of all those other cards. So it's kind of like, oh, you're watching movies for the first time. You've never seen a movie before. And oh, you should watch a bunch of new stuff, which you could do, but why not open your horizons that you can watch anything from all throughout history? You either watch like more quantity of modern movies just because they're new, or watch the best movies from every era, however you define it, you know, best of all time list and stuff. So don't worry about whether they're new or not. Just watch whatever you want or whatever the best thing is. It's the same principle. Like, if it's new to you, why does it matter if it's new overall, right? Why should you let that peer pressure kind of thing dictate it? So again, when people say, you know, oh, you shouldn't just do those gimmicks and whatever you're trying to do, the problem with it is the simple fact that maybe I should buy packs with this last 600 too. I don't know, but the principle is, again, I'm using the hexproof gimmick and I'm doing that in Magic. Oh, but you should, at least in your first playthrough, you should metagame and try to do that, which somewhat I agree with a little bit. But you'll kind of build towards that. You're building up your collection still, so you're working towards something. But the point is that the gimmick deck aspect of it, or that is like you're trying to have fun on a first playthrough, and then you can get to the metagaming later. Or it could be vice versa. Like on the first playthrough, you want to get immersed in the meta, and then once you've satisfied that and gotten bored of that, then you can do it. Right, then I kind of want to get some cosmetic with this, honestly. Even though it seems dumb, like I'll get like some card back or something. The 600 gold. It took me a while to actually realize this mechanic was there, like, because I always saw like they would hide the ones you could get at the end or something. Like, let me just pick one to fuck around, because these you just can't even get. So this one is going to be basically the shaman one. So let me get one that sort of fits with this. The fossil kind of fits with it because it's like you're evolving stuff. Right, that's a very literal interpretation, like the proof of evolution. So I'll consider that. We're doing this like very thematically, right? Almost like a story thing. That one kind of fits, but I mean, power core. Oddly enough, that fossil one might actually seem to work with it. So we're going to commit to the gimmick so hard that even our card back has to mesh with it. It's not so much that, oh, it has to just do with a shaman. I want it to kind of make sense, and that's actually an interesting tie-in that you would have. Right, like evolution, fossils, they kind of all tie together in a meaningful way. Grimy goons, be careful how you use that word. It's a very innocent word when you were a kid, like, oh, you know, the Joker's goons are trying to get Batman or something, and then now it's turned into something very nefarious. Magic of Dalaran, Heart S'mores, Unholy Night. I thought this was like from Naxxramas or something. Or it looks like some of those. Gone Fishing. So I'm not doing it based on even what I like or what looks the coolest. I'm doing it based on the whatever. Right, what makes sense as far as evolution. So I guess the fossil is obligatory, which was like on the first page. It seems dumb, and I kind of don't like how it looks, but oh, it was exactly 600 too. It's like it's meant to be. Even though I like this Ungoro one, I'll do this for thematic purposes. Make favorites. Because that was the option I saw before. That was okay, it is my favorite. And then the other one was well, I mean, they're all favorites. I don't know how that makes sense. Like, when you have multiple, I don't know how it decides. It'll randomly pick between them, I guess. So double Cthulhu, like some of these aren't even really gimmicks that I care about, but again, this one we're focusing mainly on the, or wait, it's empty. What do you mean? Or no, it's just because I'm on that page. But no, what I was trying to explain is, again, do you want to do the fun factor first and experience all the cards in the history of the game when you're playing a card game for the first time, or do you want to just get in the meta and then save that for later? Like, I'm always of the mindset that whatever, I just do it my way. But I can understand people saying that, but don't get caught up in that. Like, why does it really matter? Whenever you turn something into an ego thing, like you're trying to prove something, it kind of becomes stupid. Because so the thing is, I don't really want to use this, but I have to be careful not to this one isn't really worth anything, right? There's nothing special about this. I only made it because it's there's like a couple warrior elusives that I wanted to fuck around with, but there's no real meaning to that one. So this one's all about the evolution, right? It's like double Cthulhu, which is just moronic and stupid, right? There's really no meaning to it or no synergy. I did the same thing like the 8 horsemen, like, oh, you know, the 2 sets of 4 horsemen don't interact with each other at all, but just because of that, I do it anyway. I guess there's some emphasis on warrior and druid on here, but the reality is that I forget if there's a way to like I want to see only the stuff that owned and don't include uncraftable. So I just want to disenchant. There should be an option to just like mass disenchant. Like, I want to disenchant every Death Knight card because I'm not using that class. So like, I don't care about it. Right? Like this whole page or something. You would think they should have an option like that by now. Yeah, I always bring that spirit to stuff that I do. It's like the immersion, the gimmickry, the, you know, it's about having fun. So whenever you, like, multiplayer stuff corrupts that, you would never say that. Like, oh, you're playing Ocarina of Time as a kid and you're maybe competing with your brother or something to see if you can beat it first or something. But there's no real meaning to that. It's kind of like, you know, when you get into this egotism of the multiplayer stuff, it does two things that are very detrimental. One thing it does is it basically makes people, on one hand, spend a lot of money on microtransactions, like, oh, I want to show off this skin. Would you do that in a single player game where you would pay real money for a skin? Probably not, right? You would want to earn it through the game or something like that, or you wouldn't care because, again, it's a single player thing, right? But, oh, you want to show it off and you want to waste money on a skin because you want to show it off to other people in the game itself, right? So you're getting that one element of control. The second element of control is like, oh, well, the players are kind of the entertainment. So you're playing on the same map with the same mechanics with the same characters over and over. That wouldn't really fly in a single player experience, but oh, it does in a multiplayer because the players become the entertainment because they're kind of dynamic and variable, and that's more fun. So you're kind of relying on and exploiting the player base instead of actually having a properly designed game with an open world or other mechanics and story and stuff. And then the third element that you're controlled by that way is the simple fact that the egotism of like, oh, we're going to metagame and treat everything like a zero-sum thing, zero-sum process, even though you can just play it and enjoy it and have fun, right? I always say that, like, if you're an esports player or world first clear, you know, speedrun master or something, that's one thing, but that would speak for itself, and you wouldn't need to be like kind of this bottom feeder effect instead of, oh, you're going to look at like somebody's first playthrough of a game and kind of act like you're superior, but maybe their priority is different. Like maybe they don't care and it doesn't prove anything anyway. Like it's just a first playthrough. Like, so when you get into this mindset of trying to prove something all the time, right? You're trying to prove something, you're trying to show off and make it like a competition, even something like, again, just playing a single player game, just playing a, you know, whatever, like just get immersed, just enjoy it, right? You're treating it like it's work or like a job or like real life, like a zero-sum process. You can't enjoy the experience. You have to turn it into like a competition, an ego thing, and that can kind of ruin it because then, oh, it becomes all about metagaming and min-maxing, but then what's the point, right? you don't do anything kind of fun or preferential or variable. You just kind of treat it as a very dry sort of experience. I guess I'll keep all the druid stuff because, well, I would always say that though, like gold cards are pointless because you could always just remake if I really want this card, which I don't, but I could always just remake it there anyway. But no, I at least had some interest on here for doing some druid gimmick. A 2/2 pupil. I always associated druids with the elusive thing just because it kind of fits, right? Like the fairy dragon, even though it's not a druid card, and like Tyrantus was an epic one. Obviously, they added this one later, so we'll leave that. Or I like that. I literally deleted those classes out of the game. The Demon Hunter and the Death Knight. Not really, but like I don't have anything left with them because, or what you have to be careful is not to disenchant the shared cards. Like it'll be one that's shared between two classes and you won't pay attention and I'll get rid of it and then regret it later. Right? In fact, I might have even already done that. Right, with something, especially if it's a legendary, then I'm going to waste all this effort doing that. But really, the only thing I care about is this one single deck, so right, as long as this one is fine. And again, the concept of this one is very clear, like you have every evolved minion or mechanic in the game all together. Owned, missing, uncraftable. Again, we got the mage, get rid of everything here. Which again, some of these might overlap with shaman. It should give you like some sort of warning of that, right? Or make it more clear because the colors will be so similar. Oh, mage and shaman will overlap and they have similar colors. So it'll be like dark blue and light blue. It's like, come on. I can't, you know, do that when I'm going through like this. And you should be able to like disenchant this whole page button or something like that. Make it kind of easier. But yeah, we want to have some excess stuff here. And I'll kind of try to add to this and see if there's anything that... if there's anything that really fits in, whether it be newer cards or something else. Not really brand new stuff, but like I haven't paid attention to the last several expansions. I'm trying to make it in like a uniform way, right? Where you can I like this, how the classes actually just disappear because it's not, you know, not that I don't have any cards with them, but I don't have anything meaningful because this could be like almost if I was doing my whispery old voice that I used to do just naturally on my Blue Yeti, this would be like an ASMR type thing. Like where we're just doing a little housekeeping and really organizing stuff. Which I find kind of annoying actually, but with how many times I've done this, like and I'll regret it. Like I would have a golden copy of every card in the history of the game by now if I didn't keep doing this, where I'll disenchant a bunch of stuff to make like one deck or one gimmick. So I'll disenchant like 10 decks worth of cards to make one deck. And then I'll regret it later. Like, oh, now I want to disenchant all my cards again to make something else. Like, you know, if you just didn't disenchant anything ever, I would have every card ever. Right, and a golden copy and beyond and excess dust and everything like that. But even as a free-to-play kind of person that I am. Okay, it's taking a little bit of time. I don't even know what I exactly want with this dust. I just want to have it right and kind of look through. This is just like certain keywords basically that we're looking for. Obviously, shaman we're not going to touch unless there is a gold card. I might still do that because it's kind of pointless to have those. Or if I really have excess dust, I should make a gold copy of something that I don't that is like the signature card in this. Each player's minion gets shuffled a random deck. Each minion gets shuffled into a random player's deck. All right, this is Warlock. This is at least a good feature of how it lets you do that. Only the craftable cards. Right, like originally you couldn't even do that, so it's really annoying to do this. Especially when you haven't played for a while and then there's a lot of stuff you've forgotten about and then you ultimately whatever. Warrior also had some interest on here, as we saw with the whatever it was. elusive warrior. Basically just any elusive thing. Neutral stuff I'm not sure whether I should even do away with or not. I get to draw a wisp on demand. What a great mechanic. Get rid of this, don't care. Again, if I really wanted it later, I could always just make it again for the same cost. Yeah, and I'll kind of look through and I will use 3 cards from your deck, put them top on that order. I'm just like so out of touch with the modern game like that I don't even pay attention. Even when I do play, right, I'll just do some gimmick like this and I won't even worry about anything else. You have the whiz-bangs in there. You have doppelgangster, you know, again, give a love letter to the old school mechanics. We kind of do this in a very systematic way. And the reason why is because what it means is that we're trying to basically follow certain criteria, right? So every card in the game that says transform, right, that we would do here, either transform or summon a copy. Those are kind of the keywords that we have, right? Look, you can go one by one. Transform. It has to say the word transform, right? And there's like only one exception that still kind of fits into here that I'll show you, but transform. There's like 1 copy of each. Transform into 3 or 4 copy. This one almost doesn't even make sense, but I put it in there because you need almost like a filler minion, right? Transform. Summon a copy. This one is actually pretty good. Like I almost don't even want to change this, but transform into. I could almost put that one legendary dude, the whatever he has, like every turn transform into a different minion. This one almost isn't right because it should be random, right? These are kind of a little bit forced because again they all say transform or summon a copy, and the copy thing is relevant because this is the one exception, right? This doesn't say copy or transform, but I still like it because then you do that like with the to be able to activate the clown. So that's the one exception. So what I'm doing is there's one thing I just was saying. Yeah. What is that card called? Every turn, it's like the Zephyr guy or something. What? Missing. It's like every turn. Wait, what? Every turn this card is. What are you talking about? What? It's that one dude, man. The guy who's like, what the fuck is his name? He's like a 1-cost legendary. This guy. Each turn this is in your hand, transform into a random minion. That kind of feels like it fits because it says transform, but what would I replace? Like, I think it's appropriate to have have it here. So that one is right. That kind of makes sense. Again, transform. Like, what is one that really doesn't make sense or doesn't fit? The only one that arguably is true in that way, and again, we have 1 copy of each of these cards. You turn this in your hand, transform into a random minion. Again, transform being the keyword. We could get rid of Eye of the Storm, but I won't because that clown is actually pretty important. Summon copies. Summon a copy. It's so dumb, dude. I don't actually know what to get rid of. Transform into Ragnaros. This one doesn't actually, or summon a copy, I guess. I don't like the ones that are guaranteed value as much, necessarily. It's kind of hard to justify this. Like, why do we have both of those? You know, we have Serenite Chain Gang and the other thing. Right, the better version of the same thing. So everything meets the criteria. Like, I can't really... And you're so limited on minions in the early game, that's why something like this is actually relevant. So if I'm following that rule set, it should be easy to see whether there's something I can add or not. I don't mind keeping this dude in here, but I can't figure it out because... I guess I won't. Because unless I get rid of this, which I'm not going to do on account of the clown, and it's the same basic principle, like summon 3 copies of a 5/6 elemental, even though it doesn't say that, right, I still will honor that. So that's the one exception card, but it still fits into basically the same, you know, summon 3 copies of the same thing. You have the Ragnaros one. I just don't know. I guess this one was pretty perfect. Like, this didn't require much. So we'll look for now. Give me the... Again, something that summon a copy, or I could just look up copy. And we're only interested in shaman or normal. Right, so something that's meaningfully is going to say... How could that be the only card in the history? Oh no, it was wrong. If it's a totem, summon a copy of it. Okay, that's too situational. Transform a minion that costs 1 more than summon a copy. I mean, that one... Oh, this is going to be hard to keep track of. Hang on. Fuck. Okay. Let me just make one that has some of these cards, because it's going to be impossible to organize otherwise. So, the Shifter Xeris guy. Right, so that actually does fit into there. Did I have that one in there even? Because as much as I love Elusive, it must be, yeah. So again, it's not about the quality of it or not. There's a Shifter dude. Let me put this in here. See, there's a certain nuance to it. It might seem like, oh, you know, it's Gimmick and these are just bad decks, but summon a copy, and either this or, again, matching outfit. Okay, it's the same thing. Summon a copy of a random minion from your hand. Now that seems too limiting, right? Like 6 mana for that isn't even really worth it. But again, we're not looking at quality, but it's still stupid. Summon a copy of each minion in your hand. Okay, that's too, again, the attacking thing isn't what we want. Oh, that's actually not too bad. And it makes it seem kind of limited. Like, in the whole history of the game, that's all we have. Summon a copy of this. Okay, I don't... Well, I guess that counts, but... 1 secretly dies when it takes damage. I mean, we could, like, replace that one trick with this. Right, the other 3, 4 or something. If you're holding a spell that costs 5 or more, summon a copy of this. Do we have... Do we have a lot of spells that cost more than 5? We probably shouldn't. Like, well, I guess a couple. But some of these are too situational, really. I'm gonna copy. That's not really the theme that we're going for. This seems dumb, but I mean, again, in the whole history of the game, these are the only things that really fit into this mechanic. If you control it, again, it's too situational. We're not going to have that, obviously. Destroy friendly minions. Summon a copy of it at the end of your turns. What do you mean? Like every turn forever? Is that how this works? Destroy a friendly minion. Summon a copy of it at the end of your turns. That seems kind of busted. Yeah, I kind of don't want one like that. I guess I don't even understand it, but it must be power creeped out. Kindred, summon a copy of this. What is Kindred again? Bonus if you played the same minion type spell school last turn, which I guess is inevitable because it's all anyway, so basically, okay, 5 mana, you get a copy, 3, 4. This one actually seems kind of fitting. Like, why don't I just make it, like I said, and I'll put some of these into the other one, even though I'm not probably going to do this. Right, they're just worth thinking about. Choose a friendly minion, summon a copy. Man, I don't know if I really should be doing this. I'll look for like evolution effects first before I waste too. Summon a copy of friendly location, summon a copy. After you play a minion, same attack as this, summon a copy. Too specific, you know. If you have spell damage, summon a copy. Draw another undead, okay. So we have this chick that's intriguing. Right, but let me just double check and make sure. Right, we have the summon a copy, and then the other one is like, or you could just say, it might just say copy a minion, right? Not so much copy it to your hand, but right, like this is one. Transform friendly minion into a copy of this. I guess that kind of fits a little bit, but we already have it. Murlocs, I'm gonna copy. What is all this? Each turn this is in your hand, transform to 5/5 copy of. This would be the same principle as the other dude. We could either do that or the Eenie Storm Coil trick that we just looked at. Transform to 4/4 copy of different minion in your deck. Again, it's more so on the board that I look at these things, but that I want these things. So I'm gonna 1 copy of a friendly minion. Wait. Well, this would kind of be what I want, but the overload is too limiting. We're not gonna really use that. That's a copy. Okay, I don't care about spells. Not only do I not incorporate spells in a lot of these gimmick decks, but a lot of them are meant to even counter spells, like the little elusive emphasis that I have and love that mechanic so much, right? It's more important to counter what your opponent does than anything else. Copy last turn. Like, I almost don't even care to look at these, but... So I'm going to copy, like, how many pages of this do we have? Oh my god. This is going to be impossible, though. You can really decide on something, man. Add a copy of each corrupted card. Don't know the undead, so I'm going to copy. Or you draw a card, don't care about that. It's more like if it just says the language in a different way, like summon a copy of something, but it won't say exactly summon a copy, so when I searched it, it won't work. Replace your hand with a copy of your opponent's. Okay, copy your hero power. Draw another copy of cards you played this game. Have you play a minion with the same attack as this? I'm gonna copy. Okay. I'm gonna copy a friendly location. Okay. After you draw a minion, you get a 1/1 copy. It costs 1, but that kind of defeats the purpose. So again, either I'll make Eenie Storm Coil check, or I'll do the other one that we just saw, which I already forgot the name of it. After your opponent plays a minion, someone will want 1/1 copy, but would that retain the? It would retain the cost, or would it be a 1 cost still? Transform one of your minions into a copy of this. See, that's kind of the opposite of what the point of this is, though. It's meant to transform stuff into other things. So basically anything that has a specific effect, almost I should get rid of in favor of random. Like Shifter Xeris should replace the Jive Insect, because that one's a specific transform, not just a random transform. Right, but I guess it's fine. I'm going to copy... And I do have that. So I could pick one of the chicks. 1/1 copy, battle cry. What was the one thing I was just looking at? So in a secret, and return to transform neighbor in a copy of this. You get a copy of it. Everyone who plays a minion become I mean, that's kind of the same principle as the other chick too, the 3 cost. Copy friendly minions attack and health, transform into 3/3 copy of minion. That's what I use for the Iron Juggernaut thing. The whatever. The deck has now 3 cost cards. Create a golden copy, random card in your hand. Forge a card, you get a copy, card added to your hand. Copy it, shuffle, okay. Get a copy of the last card your opponent played. Copy friendly minion's health. Give each player a copy, okay. After none of their minion dies, become a copy of it. Again, it's the same principle, but this just seems more active for actually putting something on the board. This is if you're holding as well, someone a copy. Someone a copy of this. Okay, that one almost seems to fit a little bit. When you shuffle a card in your deck, draw an extra copy. Lower Walker's show. After, I feel like in early Hearthstone that wasn't really a mechanic, like where you wouldn't really do anything that would cause the deck to shuffle, or like there was no graveyard for a long time because there were like, well, there was like no interaction that brought stuff back from the graveyard for a super long time, and you can't even see the graveyard anywhere on the board still unless they change that. But so an exact copy, end of turn. Choose a friendly minion, add temporary copy. After this minion, add a copy. Okay. So yeah, now we'll look at one more thing. This is getting kind of exhausting, but Transform would be the other one. So just see if there's another mechanic that fits into this. Transform them into ones that cost 1 less. So I mean that should be something that we have. I mean, right, there's really no excuse not to have that, even if I don't use it. If this would transform into one that costs 2 more. I mean, that seems kind of cute, but it's too much effort. Like, and it's a 1 cost, so who really cares? Unless that effect would stay the whole time, like forever. Like, okay, you transform it, and then it costs now 4, but or wait, that's actually a confusing card text. If it would transform into one that costs 2 more, which means 2 more as in 2 more total, like it'll be 3, or 2 more than the one it would have normally been. So it would have been 2, but now it'll be 4. But either way, devolve, again, all these mechanics are the same. In your hand, play 2 different spell schools to transform. Don't care about that. Excavated twice, transform. We're not going to be using specific mechanics like that so much. Would transform, instead summon that. I mean, that's exactly the opposite of what we want. Draw 2 spells, transform them. Draw 2 spells, transform them into slimes. Transform it into a 6-cost minion. Attacks a hero. You could go to arena card from some expansion of past, I feel like. At the end of your turn, transform a weapon to one that costs 1 more. 5/5 copy of legendary minion. Again, a lot of this is just the same thing. That's like a hex on demand. Transform into 4/4 copy of minion in your deck. Deal 10 damage to your random enemy and transform it on starship this game. All those kind of insular mechanics. Wave of nostalgia we have. And then this is going to take like an hour to do, or I guess not so bad. I guess I overestimate how many, you know, in the entire history of the game, that's all we have for neutral cards that would say that. Transform a random 5-cost minion. Friendly minion, a random one the same cost. I mean, that just seems pointless though. Like, what is the point of the same cost, even though I do have a card in there like that? Whenever you draw a card, transform it into a legendary minion. Transform all neutral cards in your deck from cards from your class. I mean, this is kind of... This kind of ruins Renounced Darkness, doesn't it? Like... Or it's like a reverse Renounced Darkness. So like... That's so cool, but like... That's so dumb. So you could do this with any class. Have a deck of 30 class cards. Or wait... No, have a deck of all 30 neutral cards and then let it Renounce Darkness for you. And sort of... Man. It really has nothing to do with this deck, but just... Whatever. Okay, that's fine. Transform into 3/3 copy of minion. They're all like boring effects. None of this is what I really want. Transform a random minion opponent into Plague Spreader. At the end of your turn, transform a neighbor into a copy of this. Transform one of your minions into a copy of this. Transform into 6/6. After 5 damage, transform into around 7 cost. That's it. Okay, so I'm satisfied with this. I'm already getting a headache from this. Like, whatever. I don't care. Like, this is good enough. There's maybe 1 or 2 little things. If I wanted a hard commit, I could say, okay, it should be random. And if it's random, then let me hypothetically think. Where it doesn't say a specific evolution. Even if it says, like, Murlocs is okay. But I mean, like, something that says specifically, okay, transforms into... you know, like really the Jive insect one shouldn't be in here, honestly. You could put either Shifter Xeris or maybe the other chick, the Eni Storm, whatever. What was her name? Either her or the 5-cost dude who also did the same thing. What the fuck? Come on, what is it? Storm Coil. Choose a friendly mech. Well, oh, never mind. I misunderstood that. 5/5 copy, dude. So either it could be this or Shifter Xeris. And in fact, it should be this then. Because again, each turn it's in your hands, transform into a 5/5 copy of a legendary minion, as opposed to effectively the same thing, like where, oh, you get to transform something into into a... Let me at least make it. Again, either shift or zeros, but the cost kind of doesn't add up. So because I don't like that Jive Insight, this is kind of the same principle, right? You are, but it's not meant to be in the hand. I don't know. It doesn't quite do what I'm wanting, but okay. So again, everything else makes sense. Maybe this trick kind of doesn't make sense, but if I was to replace that, I don't know what would make sense, because I don't know. It's important, I feel like, for the curve of it, unless there was something in the 3 cost that I forgot about, like summon a copy. What? If you're holding a spell that costs 5 or more, if your minion dies, become a copy. What was the other one where it just said directly summon a copy? Where'd it go? It was like... Wait, what was it? Wasn't it like a 2/4? Whatever. Again, the only thing that doesn't fit then is Eye of the Storm. And the reason why is because... Again, do I stand by that? The 5 cost instead of Jive Insight, because again... That one specifically says what it's transforming into, and I don't think any of the other ones say that, right? When it's transformed. Again, these are all random transform, random transform, random transform evolution. This is kind of not what the mechanic's about either, because Faceless is like, even though it's good utility, the goal isn't to summon a copy of something like that. The goal, well, but it's the same. It's the same principle, because this one stays pretty much the same. Like, there was nothing that there might be something that doesn't mention one of these words, but this is the whole point. So I'm fine with that. Let me go ahead and, man, this is kind of exhausting to do. Holy shit. I'm trying to make it like as perfect and clear as possible. So the only other thing I would get rid of, if I got rid of something, would be like I won't do Eye of the Storm, even though technically that could be an exception. I could do like Faceless for Shift or Xeris or something, but I'm fine with just leaving that as it is. So I guess we'll play one game then. Like, I'm trying to showcase these. This is a very, very nice gimmick, great mechanic, very fun, very random, very dynamic, right? Like, pretty much what card in here would not be random? Right, the ones that summon copies of themselves are fine because they're trying to give you fodder to evolve. Right, this is random transform, random transform, random transform, random, random transform, even to your opponent, transform, again, transform, summon a copy is fine, transform, summon a copy, transform, each turn is in your hand, transform into a random card in your opponent's, wait, a random card, but that random card could be a spell then? I don't even remember how that works. Again, summon the copies, summon a copy. So this one isn't, this one really doesn't belong, because it neither summons a copy as in a second thing, like, you know, these are summon a copy in a way that's going to give you more fodder to evolve. This is just a single target copy, and it's also not random, just like this chick isn't random because it's up to your opponent. It's a guaranteed thing, and it's a not a double effect. So those two I kind of question, but whatever. The utility of it's fine. That'd be random. That'd be random. That'd be random. That's summon a copy. The copy ones are fine. So yeah, I'm gonna stand by that. Let's play a game. I'm pretty happy with that, because I mean that shows you how there's nothing you could do. See, this is what I mean by like metagame min-max. It's not a question of whether you could make this deck better. It's a question of whether you can you do it within that criteria. And even I'm failing to do that because of Eye of the Storm, but it's the same thing. Like, you're summoning 3 copies of a 5/6. But whatever, I make that exception just so you can do the clown. Yeah, we'll just do one game of this to show off, but then I kind of want to go through other of these gimmick decks and really show that off, because when we get to show off the Thirst Trap Ner'zhul thing, because I want to see somebody get offended by that or something. We're sexualizing men too much now, right? Again, nobody says these decks are good, but if they work, they can be very satisfying. Do you keep that 3 cost because there's nothing else in here? Like, it's a complete clusterfuck. So, oh my god, it's just so cool. Like how I don't know, I hard commit. It's all about the hard commit. So within that criteria, now see how good you are. Like, it's not about, oh, make a meta deck. That's fine within the criteria that's set, but that's kind of contrived and it's always changing, and there's buffs and nerfs and there's a power creep incentive. This is more pure because it's like you're committing to something and you're deciding to do it for the purity of it, and then within those confines you're still trying to win, of course, but this is going to be exhausting, though. This is going to take me all night to go through all of these, but yeah, this one was amazing because I didn't really have to change anything. Again, Jive Insect is just too directed. It's too directed, too guaranteed. You'd rather have, because again, for the same thing, you can get Ragnaros in your hand, a 5/5 Rag or something, but you could get anything else too. So random equals fun, and that's kind of the whole thing with this game in a way, is that I won't say the Hearthstone's the best card game ever, the most complex or anything like that, but it's definitely one of the most fun, and it's definitely has some of these transformative mechanics which can be extremely fun, like for example the Renounced Darkness and stuff like that. Okay, this is a bot. Okay, we'll do this. Again, what these decks sort of turn into, though, sometimes is the on-rails type effect. But no, that's almost the format I like to do at times, is like do like an old school thing where like less is more. So it might seem like, oh, these are garbage, but if they play all against each other, then it evens out, and then it can be fun, right? Like playing on the board in Yu-Gi-Oh! Mid-range, old school stuff instead of Synchro Madness. That might seem like, oh, it's objectively worse, but it's more about the fun factor if you especially do that. If you all are in that position, basically. You could do the evolution here. And you should always wait to make sure to see what you get here. Yeah, like you like pit this against Renounced Darkness, and it's kind of like, you know, oh, one random set versus another random set, and it's kind of like, you know, who can make the best. It's like a draft within the course of a game, or like it's a, you know, roguelike kind of experience. You're getting what you get, and you're trying to make the best of it, right? Even dynamically in the course of a game. So the problem that you sometimes run into here is you just don't get you don't seem to get the enough minions, right? You're a little bit starved on minions. So you have all these evolve effects, but you're kind of screwed. If you can't get something to stick, you just lose. That's one of the weaknesses of this deck, because you see how you're really scrapped for that, actually. But then again, when you do get them, that's why you make copies of them, basically. Probably just click up the weapon. I don't know what else to do. Right, you can't be too patient with these decks. You sometimes just have to go for it, because you're not going to be around long enough to really make this happen. So even doing this with 2 of them, with the weapon, would be good enough. The clown could be the symbol of this too, because you're absolutely just again doing it for the fun factor. Clowns do have the that is a good analogy for myself, right? Like, oh, I'm a clown in card games sometimes, or whatever. Like, yeah, these gimmicks are a clown show, but clowns do have more fun too. So would you rather be a clown and enjoy yourself than to be, you know, oh, you're gonna be a try hard but not actually get any, you know, not actually enjoy it. We can do like a double here, in the sense that You can do this and then you can do it again. But then again, the Thracian is kind of juicy, so why even bother? We can just wait, see if we can deal with this, and then I'll do the clown again. I mean, do the clown with the weapon. Even 3 of them should be enough to seal it. Deal 4 to everything here. And again, that can be the hardest part, is just filling your board, because you get really starved on minions here. We can do this, and then we could do it again, actually. If I, like, kind of don't like what I get, or we could do this, we could do this, or I mean this. This is pretty good, though, I mean. I like that death rattle protection that we have, I mean. And the cost becomes kind of irrelevant here, too, if you say, like, oh, it costs 2 more, but they already cost, like, 10, so it's going to become kind of irrelevant. I'm just doing it, honestly, for the flavor of it now, but we get... This is kind of trash. The Tortola thing is pretty good. The 7/12 has +6 attack during your... Oh, that's kind of trash, though. But whatever. Under the circumstance, you're almost just doing it as BM. Like, let me try to get the cutest, you know, nail emoji type moment. Just let me try to get the cutest looking board. Yeah, this is one of my favorite cards maybe in the history of the game. Obviously I love the elusive mechanic, but that's why I made that warrior gimmick deck actually. Look how long even this shit takes, though. I mean, wait, I actually don't have enough to do it though still. So that one is very well set. Again, I tried to think of a better name for it. Just a situation where now I'll have to keep up with fucking disenchanting. Wait. Yeah, where did I even get anything new? I don't understand. But I gotta think of a better... I don't know. I can't think of a better name for it. Okay, so that one is pretty much the best I could hope for, right? It was already in such good condition, right? There's not much I could really add to it, not that at least I could find. So I kind of go by the keywords. Like some of these, it'll be like, I want to add the elusive stuff into here. Why do I get so much of this? Just for either for getting the achievements or something, but it'll be like an endless loop. You get something from here, then that gives you an achievement, then you get an achievement, then that gives you more experience. But okay, let me look at this for a second. And then so yeah, we're gonna really put a stamp on that one. Right, really great, fun gimmick deck. Then we'll move on to some of the other ones here in a second. Hang on. Okay, let me do one here that's going to be a little bit simpler because I have a headache from that. But basically, we will just do Whiz Bang. That can be a gimmick deck itself, even though it's not much of a deck or it doesn't require much construction to it. But it's just like, okay, it's just Whiz Bang, either the old one or the new one. Right, so let's just do the same thing here. Or we'll make, oh god, I hate that, back and forth. But we'll go through and we'll do Whiz Bang. We have a little bit of gold on here. Maybe we get like the Whiz Bang related card back or something. This whole disenchanting of everything is actually quite annoying because right, it just kind of takes forever. And I don't even need the dust here, but I'm just, again, trying to tidy everything up. If there was something more I wanted to do, but like I said, with these two, there's nothing to do. Or with this one, like I'm just doing Whiz Bang. Whiz Bang 1, Whiz Bang 2. There's nothing else that I need, and I was just using them for New Year's. I just do that always, like who can be the better Whiz Bang and survive longer and stuff. Okay, you go here and then you decide to, again, we're gonna do the Whiz Bang. Wait, is this even the one that I think it is? It's not. This is like a different paladin gimmick deck. What even is it? I don't even get it. What was the point of this one? They're just like buffs, I guess. And 5 pounding cards. I really don't know what this is. We'll just do whiz bang. Build of the Gorgon and stuff. So like, what was the point of this? Wait, this basically is it. I don't understand. What is the? I thought this was something else. Wait a second. I forgot what I was just doing. What is missing here? Aldor, Peacekeeper, Avenge. I really don't know what happened. Because that one wasn't even a Gimmick deck that I ever used. Zola the Gorgon, or what is this here?
I can help you with that.
How is it not owned? Like it was in here, dude. I don't understand. Are these not the same? Like what is even the difference? Wait, that one doesn't even have the... What? What is going on? Okay, let me try to just make the Zola the Gorgon. Sometimes it'll like glitch out because I swear I have some of these. Like, how do I not have that? When would I have gotten rid of it? It'll be like some glitch with a different format or something. Don't include missing stuff. Own, don't include uncraftable stuff. Get rid of all this. We get up to 16. We'll make Zola. So again, this one doesn't almost qualify as a Gimmick deck, but like Paladins always suck and are boring and ruin everything in the sense that, you know, like this one doesn't even deserve any elaboration. Like this one is just trash, but I can never think of a better Gimmick deck for a Paladin. Like maybe I should look at that. Like, is there some card they have that's actually fun? Because like maybe that invitation one was kind of cool, but that's one that I just really have trouble figuring out. They're just not a fun class in this game, and Hearthstone, or I mean in WoW and anything, right? They're just auto attack Andy, so I guess it lives up to that they're boring in WoW, they're boring here. So just get rid of everything. We have enough for the stupid clown chick, Zola the Gorgon. Get rid of everything here. At least this one was kind of clean because this is whatever, just very little to actually disenchant. So okay, we'll do this. Some of these overlap with Paladin, but it doesn't matter. It's just kind of like that desperate search. Like, let's look through all the Paladin cards. Even though I've done that many times, maybe there's something newer that would be fun, but something that's actually interesting. But here we just look more so for the gold stuff, and we of course find one. Just because everything else we'll just keep, assuming we might use it, we might not. It's always annoying to disenchant the whatever. Or like it's gonna be the 8 horsemen, I think was the gimmick here, even though it's not a real thing, because again, there's no interaction between them. It's just, oh, wouldn't that be cool if you combine them together. Right, it does have the other one in there, surely, right? Yeah, it has the other one. So again, we got Zola the Gorgon. I won't stand for not having her, even though it makes no sense. I don't know. No, not that. I never really cared too much for gold cards anyway, but okay, so we'll look through Paladin once more and we'll decide to basically decide to see if we want to do something that could be a fun mechanic, but I just don't know what they're gonna have. All these are just things I can't even disenchant. I don't know where the other 4 even are. How could I have missed them when I went through everything so methodically? Sometimes they'll just throw shit at you too, like, you know, oh, you haven't played in a while, so you get a bunch of shit. Okay, that's fine. Obviously, paladin stuff I wouldn't disenchant anyway, because that's what this is all about. Like, there's no support for the other 4 horsemen, I think, or you just happen to have them in there. It's so stupid. 8 horsemen. Like, it's so stupid. Right, like, why is that even... Okay, let me look through. Like, I don't know what I'm even exactly looking for, but... Yeah, this one's boring. It's a win condition type card. It's very, very stupid, but... It's just dumb. Add the bananas. I mean, again, it defies the gimmick thing. Because, oh, it has a win condition. Even though, you know... But let's see if we can find something here that's... Like, it would have to be something game-changing, like... oh, it's so annoying. I'm gonna have to look through every card. Spend all your mana, restore twice that much health. I'm not even gonna read them out loud. Let me just, like... It has to be something like Renounced Darkness that kind of changes your whole deck or everything that you do. Which usually aren't going to be... It's usually not going to be super low cost, but then again, Renounced Darkness is. There's something transformative. When a friendly minion attacks after your... And again, it's not even necessarily good value, but it's just... Does attack and health to 1. Dormant. This is going to take forever, man. Fuck. At the end of your turn, you get a 1 cost something. Okay. Reborn if it has 2 or more attack. Opponent casts a spell, they instead can... I could do almost like a Yogg one, but I could do that with any class, and I don't know if Paladin really makes sense. Like a Rogue or a Priest might make more sense. You copy a bunch of your opponent's cards, and then you, you know, spam spells and shit. These are just secrets. Like, there's no way. Like, okay, let me look. I'm looking at fun. Show me... You know, show me an actual fun card. There is no such criteria here. You're just kind of... It's impossible, man. Ugh, this will take forever. Like, I'm not only too lazy to worry about the meta or care about stuff like that, but I'm too lazy to even rectify or mess around with the gimmick thing. Light's Justice... Silverhand recruits out +2/+2. It's not a bad mechanic, but it's not anything too special. Again, this is the worst of the gimmick decks, which really reflects badly just on Paladins, because there is nothing that's going to be so transformative here for Paladins. I don't think... Again, is there any card they have that's like Renounced Darkness or Explore and Goros in Azari, where it just changes your deck completely? And there's no way for me to even really search that. Less attack than this. If you're holding a dragon. This is so dumb. Enemy minions cost 5 more next turn. Something kind of permanent. Something, you know, again, transformative. Your healing is doubled. And again, it doesn't have to be good. In fact, usually it's not going to be good, but... I could just use a neutral card, maybe, but then you could theoretically do that with anything like... Something that copies your opponent's deck or whatever. And of course, if you were playing this for optimal purposes, you would just say you don't have to use it. But right, like, oh, you'll play the Renounced Darkness deck, but you won't play Renounced Darkness because it's going to be suboptimal. But you know, I make a point to try to do that. Rebuke. Take no damage. You got something with taunt. Got a divine shield. Excavate. It's Discover spell, health equal to cost. Get an upgraded hero power. Okay. Start of your turn, summon Silverhand recruits. Spotlight. Yeah, we'll try to get a card back related to this as well here in a second. I'm just trying to see, like, is there anything actually fun for this class or not? Like even that other one, the Galvadon, Lightforge Galvadon thing. I don't know if that counts as a gimmick deck, really. Like, maybe I should have done that one instead, but I just deleted it anyway. Oh, there's just nothing, man. Lifesteal, Solvers, give a random minion thing. These are all temporary situational things. This is kind of a fun card, but it doesn't rise to the level of being a whole gimmick overall. Because, you know, sometimes you commit to a gimmick like the Evolve one. Okay, I combine every Evolve effect in the history of the game. But the difference with... So that's like a more committal thing. Like, okay, I'll have every elusive minion in the game together. Or every Evolve mechanic in the game together. Or it could be like a single card that does all the work for you, basically. Yeah, do the Kodo Rider, whatever, Plate Breaker on that shit. But it's a situation where Renounced Darkness, like a single card will do the work for you, and that in itself serves as the gimmick deck. But I mean, it just shows you there is no mechanic like that for Paladin. Paladins just suck. They suck in WoW, they suck in this, they're just boring. Auto attack, you know, like in classic WoW with no mechanics, nothing to do. Just spam the seal, right? Nothing at all. Like, literally, that's the whole gameplay experience. You could say, oh, they're a support class, they're meant to be like that, but okay, they're meant to be like that, but they're still shit. Not even saying they aren't good effectively, but I'm not seeing anything, dude. Cover class card and draw all copies of it. Oh, this is so annoying to do. I mean, like, you could argue I should just look at the most recent expansions, because Permanent Mirage, 3/1 cost minions, you have a minion Divine Shield, you have your hero Divine Shield. The next 3/3 and this Death Rattle. Until you enter your turn, dragons gain Taunt Divine Shield. And a 1-cost sunscreen. Taunt Divine Shield, Lifesteal. This seems kind of fun, but I almost maybe should look at that Galvadon thing again. Let me see. This is a lot harder to do than I realized. Like to join your live whenever you stream. Add me on. Oh, okay. Draw another minion, set its health attack to cost of 5. Magnetic. If it's opponent's turn. Summon a 2/4 guard. Seeker from deck to the battlefield has 5 more attacks. I'm gonna copy. Okay. None of this stuff is game changing here. End of your turn, recast a holy spell. Again, no transformative cards for paladins. Paladins just suck. Nobody likes them in any capacity. And then rush at the end of your turn. Your minions have +1 attack. Spellburst, lifesteal. While this is alive, you don't want conditional effects anyways, even if they were fun. You know, this is kind of cool, but I mean, it seems expensive. What is this from? Forged in the Barrens. But why have I like never seen this card before though? Besides the fact that, again, it seems expensive and it sucks. +1/+1 to all minions in your hand deck at battlefield. That seems like, you know, oh, Mistcaller back in the day or something, but it just isn't enough, you know. After friendly character lose Divine Shield, draw a card. Minions health, okay, this is fine. So this draw 2 Charon cards. Summon a 2/1 spaceship with an effect when launched. Has to be something that, you know, really gives you something every turn, or you know, more of a regular recurring thing. Draw minions, spells, all their costs. These are all like specific things that are situational or temporary. These stupid birds with the PTSD of repeating spells like the Time Warp, which I think they nerfed, I forget exactly in what way. At least the higher cost you get, you're gonna see less and less cards, but not really. 4 random minions. You discover 2 minions that cost 5 or less. After hero attacks, draw your highest cost card. That seems really, really kind of contrived. 4 health. If you restore whatever health while holding this. Double minions attack. When a friendly minion dies, is your hand game +1 attack. Okay. Transform your secrets into 3/3s. Some of the lowest cost minion in your hand. At the end of your turn, summon the 3 photon dragon. Whenever you summon a mag, give a divine shield. Oh my god, dude. Summon a minion from each player's deck they fight, and then whichever one wins the whole game. Like that's how it almost should be. Cost 1. This is like the darts Yu-Gi-Oh type thing. Oh, or like a deck master type thing. Oh, let's have our deck masters fight, and whichever one dies, we lose. Plus 1 less for each holy spell you cast a game. Yeah, compare like that 4 cost +1/+1 to everything compared to like Lorthamar or something now, right? Just kind of trivialize everything. Man, this is a lot more annoying than I thought. Transform all 1 cost cards into legendary minions. Like nothing super random. Like all these effects are too defined to be really fun, right? That's the one thing this game will teach you, even though you could say it's RNG and it's stupid. It's like random equals fun, but there aren't enough kind of random effects for Paladin, at least. If your deck has neutral cards, draw a minion of each minion type. I could try either that invitation one, maybe. Divine Shield takes 3 hits to break, but only while he's on the field. Give a minion +4/+4. Reveal a minion in each deck. If yours costs more, restore 7 health to your hero. Stop the attack and health. Lowest cost, highest cost. Like, how many pages is this, man? We're on like 37. Oh my god, man. Your next Paladin, I don't give a shit. You have 1 health, 1 minion in play. Doesn't matter, costs 1 less. Again, these are all temporary, situational, not transformative. So boring, man. What a shitty class. Summon a minion from your deck with less attack than this minion. They were always really good in Arena, though, like in early Hearthstone, but... Summon a minion from your deck. Summon these, okay, fine. Hero takes damage, become immune. After, whatever, +4/+4. Set a minion, setting to 8. That's fine. You got 3/2 bandits. You can't fit, summon instead. Set the attack of all other minions to 1. What is this? Twilight Time Reaver. Summon 3/2 unrealized, give a random bonus effect. +2. Whatever. Some of these really old school cards. Summon a 1 copy of this minion. Discover 6 cost minion. Send all other minions 2 turns in the future. I forget how exactly that really makes sense or works, but summon a minion from your deck, give a taunt divine shield. At the end of your turn, okay. 5 raise and stuff, that's fine. You have adjacent minion divine shield, don't care about that. Resurrect 3 max, don't care about that. Add a spell, okay. Has each shot, man. These are all such limited kind of effects. you would think in the whole history of the game by now there should be one transformative fun type of card for Paladin like that, but I guess not. Summon a random Divine Shield taunt from your deck. Okay. You'll fight damage the lowest health enemy twice. 8 Divine Shield, end of your turn. Deal 2 to all enemies, put one of each, one aura. Yeah, this is the aura farming card. Haha, we gotta make a nickname for it. Gelbin is the aura farmer. Discover legendary minions, summon, set to 10/10. If your deck has no neutral cards, relaunch every starship. Don't care about that. The crossover with StarCraft, which I'd actually be worried about spoilers because I've never played those, and that's one series that I should do at some point. The same way I avoided the Diablo series for so long. That's how you know when a game is really past its heyday and it's, you know, overstayed its welcome, when you have to start doing this, like, oh, Heroes of the Storm. When they combine different IPs, you know things are going to go well, and then obviously it goes offline. 7 Murlocs, okay, so there's just nothing. There's nothing, right? There's not a single card that's transformative or permanent or anything like that. There's just not. Summon a minion from each player's deck. Repeat until either side is full. Like, what is that? What kind of a shitty class is this, man? There's nothing you can do with that. That's so dumb. I could either do that or I could do the other. You know, again, it's boring as hell, but this one is going to possibly ruin everything because it's just too kind of too easy of a condition to get. I mean, either that or, and again, it has a win condition when the whole point of Gimmick decks is not to do that. So let me almost look at the Galvadon thing again for a second. Okay, so as usual, Paladins suck the fun out of everything. So this is the one that I had used, but again, I can't consider it a Gimmick deck, and I'm trying to have a change of heart, and that's why I made that other one, the Galvadon buff kind of thing. So this one I'm actually going to retire, because again, it's not a Gimmick deck. You have the win condition, even though, oh, the Gimmick could be the, oh, you have the other War Rider in there. That one shouldn't be considered here. But again, it just shows you how Paladins just suck. Again, they're boring, whether it be in WoW, whether it be in anything else. And these names aren't exactly inspiring much either. So, like, I guess I could look through every single card and, like, are there any other buffs that I want? Like, I don't know. It's just dumb. Like, I don't know. I hate this whole class. There's nothing fun, nothing transformative, just nothing at all. In fact, I'll even just search with this. Right, that should work. Like, is there some really noteworthy fun buff that you get? Whether it be, again, to buff Galvadon or just to count as spells. It's just so, oh my god, I hate this. But, like, even this would be kind of this one would work pretty well with this, wouldn't it? Because you get to keep doing it over and over. I don't know. That almost seems to make sense. And in return, you have a +2/+2. Like, there's just no redeeming quality for Paladins. They suck. They're boring. There's that chick with the invitation. There's, you know, I'm just not seeing what the point of this is. Again, the Shaman one was very smooth. We're going to do a couple quick ones here, but this is taking kind of a very long time. It's very boring. You have minions in your hand. Okay, +2/+2. What a shitty class, man. You have a friendly minion +4/+4. Lose Divine Shield. You have a +2. You have a minion in your hand +4/+2 when it dies. Re-equip this. Okay. I almost kind of want that, but I don't care. 5 raise of stuff. Maybe that should be kind of something that I have. I don't know. Instead of what, though, I couldn't tell you. Again, this is like, you're going to cancel a lot of spells, so that makes sense. You just have a lot of things that buff stuff. Like, there's nothing. Oh, and it's also a Paladin only thing to play into, you know, only neutral cards, but again, only neutral, or I mean no neutral, obviously. You can get rid of, like, the king thing. Again, this is just kind of a fun buff. Minions can't take more than 2 damage. Plus 1 less for each spell. Again, just a lot of random buffs. It's a couple of fodder things. 2 buff. Yeah, +2/+2. Deal its attack damage to other minions. Like, it's just so trash. Like, this is me like really struggling to after. How did they even do this one? Like, what, from future expansions they're kind of teasing you? I forget. Like, it makes sense over time because it would have been, you know, after this card came out, then it'd be easy to do. But you know what I mean? Like, when this card came out, after you cast a spell, draw a card. This holy spell costs 2 less. Discover a dragon. Like, why the fuck is that even in there? And what was I just even gonna add? What did I just make? It seems so dumb, but I mean, the echo thing almost makes it make sense. Like, what am I missing? Repeat. Well, that's basically the same thing though. 5 spells on your minion. Again, very easy to get that. No neutral cards. Draw a holy spell. +1/+1. Draw a minion. Like, why? Why are these 2 in there? I don't know. What did I just make? What did I just craft? No, fuck. Oh, this thing. Okay, 5 raise +2/+2 deal 2 damage to enemies. Okay, so the only 2 cards that really don't make sense is, why do I have draw a minion, which has nothing to do with anything, right? Like, these should be buff related. Discover a dragon. Like, really, why are those 2 in there? At least the other ones have to do with spells and stuff like that. I can't explain those 2 cards. Is there something like 3 cost that would be a buff? You have a minion +2/+2, summon a random 2 cost. I guess they're just to have low cost minions in there, but like, I really don't know what to tell you. These, there might have been a reason, but I don't know what it is. Drawing a minion doesn't make sense because there's nothing, right? Like, these don't support the gimmick at all. Give the minions your hand +1/+1, even though that's cute. It's not really what this is about. Discover a dragon. I would almost rather do this one as well. Even though you think, oh, you could just put a second one here. Repeatable this turn. Repeatable the turn. Copies can't cost less than 1. +1/+2 versus restore 2 health. So let me get rid of these 2 clowns that don't fit into here. We'll do this, and we'll do either any other buff. Give a minion +2/+2, summon a 2 cost, or +3 in Divine Shield. I guess I'll do this. Again, just a completely trash heap of a class, but we'll just do it. Not even whether it's good or not, but it's just not even fun. And what you'll notice with some of these is I'd rather have like 2 copies of different cards like that instead of like 2 of the Maki roll or something, right? You have that just for the sheer variety of it. Now, with whatever gold we have, I almost want to get the pick a paladin sort of related one that I can get right with my 1,000 gold that we have. So what would kind of fit with this? I don't know. Just, again, some light forge type thing, something to do with buffs. Gotta be at least one of them in here. Yeah, that should do it. Light forged. In fact, we even have like the light forged, whatever, something in there. See if there's something else that kind of fits, because we do have enough gold for it, but specifically, like, you know, a card that has Divine Shield in there, like on the logo or something like that. Sunwell would maybe kind of make sense, but Arthas' corruption. Sunwell really put a damper in the tourism industry of Quel'Thalas. Tiny Fin Beach, Hogger, Thunderbluff, Darnassus, Darksphere, Tournament Grounds, Exodar, Thor's Map. This could almost pass off as a pseudo paladin card a little bit. Ninja's Cupcake, Ragnarok's Lunar New Year, Maraude. None of this really makes sense. Pyrus, Ice Crown, Nax. Some of the Nax stuff almost would have worked if it was... Oh, they shouldn't have done that though. This was like one that people always said, right? Or maybe I'm thinking of something else. That like, oh, it was a big achievement if you had this because that meant you played really early on in the game. Right? And I thought that was one that they wouldn't let you get with gold. That's kind of lame. Right? Because you would have had to be been playing... Maybe it wasn't that one, but... Year of the Dragon, Power Core, Molten Core, Grand Tournament, Eyes of Cthulhu, Karazhan. The fossil one that we got for the Shaman. Yeah, none of this really makes any sense. So the card, what's my favorite, is the Light Forge. Get rid of this. Kind of two sides of the same coin with this one is, you know, we get either the buffs or the unholy, whatever, the Four Horsemen thing. Of course, here, can you get these with gold just like on a whim? I guess not. So that was pretty much trash. Very boring, very annoying, and I'm not too happy about it, but we used up even all my dust. Yeah, that was not exciting at all, honestly. But yeah, that's the Paladin and the Shaman done, and then I'll do two quick ones here. I'll do Whizbang and Whizbang just to kind of look, man. We're at a halfway point, and then we have 4 more that we want to look at. So hang on. This is way more tiresome than I thought. So these last 2 streams that I've done on Twitch, when I tried to do something other than just those driving streams, I've been very tired in both and very, you know, like with the Super Bowl thing, I was trying to react and I couldn't really get through it. Even here, I'm getting kind of annoyed by how thorough I'm trying to be, because I'm trying to recap on the class throughout the whole history of the game and say, like, is there something I missed, or is there something from a newer expansion that I missed that could be fun and incorporate into the gimmick? But like that Paladin one just is garbage. The Shaman one, there wasn't much to add really, right? Within the criteria that I have there is so clear. But that one was pretty pleasant, but the Paladin one's kind of dumb. Now here, all I'm going to do on this is make Whizbang. And I would have liked, I guess, enough gold to get like the Whizbang card back, but I guess I won't be able to do that. Right, because unless I somehow already have it. But yeah, we'll have enough dust for sure to do it, because then this is the easiest one to do. Like those are the gimmick decks that kind of speak for themselves. Is like where you, you know, the gimmick decks speak for themselves from the context of the one card does it for you. Like, oh, Renounced Darkness is the gimmick, or Whizbang is the gimmick to an even greater degree. Because Whizbang makes it super easy, like it's the layers of gimmickry. Whizbang is a gimmick that takes no effort at all. You just make the deck and it auto gimmick-fies it for you. Renounced Darkness, Explorer, and Goro, Zinazari, stuff like that. You at least have to play something to get the gimmick. And I guess Explorer and, well, Zinazari maybe you would want some support for, but all of those are transformative and you don't really need support. But you just at least have to play the card. And then some of the other gimmicks like the Paladin one or something, or even the Elusive, that you have to kind of put a bit more work into, like make all the cards together. Like, oh, I'm gonna have every Evolve card together or every Elusive card together. So that's not really a gimmick, or it's not really a single card that does it for you, but you're committing hard to a mechanic like that. And so it allows you to do that. Like, it's different, right? You can do Whizbang, like if you're somebody playing the game for the first time and you want to look at that, you could do it. You could say, okay, I'm going to, you know, I don't know how to explain it. You could just, damn it. Because that's really fitting and what I wanted, but I just don't have enough gold for it, so there's nothing I can do. We'll even just use the original card back then, fuck it. Alright, so we'll go through, don't include uncraftable, don't include missing. Again, this account could be even more clear. We don't need to select out a class. We can literally say, I'm going to disenchant every card in the whole game, and then if I decide to do something later, I will. But it's like, you know, there's no point in keeping any of this. This is quite tedious to do, actually, but again, this is what happens when you haven't played the game in a long time and you're trying to make up for lost time and lost ground. So what we're going to do here is we're going to basically clear out the entire... This one will be really tidy because there'll be nothing on here. And then we'll do it again with the other... We'll do both whiz-bangs. So let me do the old whiz-bang. This will be with the... You know, like an old whiz-bang with the classic hardback, and then maybe the new whiz-bang with the, if I can even have the cardback on there either. It is one that you can get with gold, but I'm just not going to have enough. So, situation where this is very tedious, but it's okay. Just get up to the 1600 threshold, but actually that's not even why I'm doing it. Even if I don't get up to the 1600 threshold, I'll still do it. Like, you know. Like, I'm just doing this to clear out the collection completely. And so we're gonna do this. And then we have the 4 more decks to look at, which is gonna be like Renounced Darkness, Warlock, obviously, the Iron Juggernaut, Zinazari type Warrior. I don't know which, or if I combine them maybe. And then because those are like 2 different things. Then we have like some Hunter one, and then we have the elusive evasive mage thing. Right, anti-spell. We'll probably try to put Trogzor or some shit in there. And then, of course, Priest and Rogue basically get ghosted out of everything because I just have never enjoyed them. But I guess the most fun you could do with them is either like spam a bunch of low-cost spell type Rogue and keep stealing your opponent's shit with either Priest or Rogue, right? They're both such annoying classes that they're pretenders. Like, oh, a lot of their mechanics are going to involve stealing your opponent's cards, which can be fun, but I don't know. I somehow don't enjoy that as much as some of the other random effects. But that's what this game really shows, is like, oh, random equals fun, because you know, have a lot of mechanics like that, even some of the ones I'm glorifying, like evolution. But see, at least that's random with a sense of purpose. Like, typically it's going to be better, right? It's higher cost. That doesn't always mean that at all, of course, but still, in principle, that's what it would be. So let me do the old whiz-bang on here, make sure. And then we get to, you know, we'll do the new whiz-bang. This is just ridiculous, though. Because I'm really trying to keep an inventory on my everything, just clean it up. But it's very annoying to do it. They just keep bombarding you with all these cards that, like, I don't even want or need or anything. But there should be, like, again, just disenchant entire collection option. Especially for when I fail one of my permanent challenges. I had to do that once, like... I had to manually go through and do that. Like, if I don't win 12 games in the whatever it was, I forget what those things are even called. The underground, or not the underground, that was for the Spectral Ner'zhul more recently. Whatever, if I don't win 12 games to unlock the Psy Avatar Death Knight thing, then I have to delete my entire collection, which I did fail to do, and I had to do that. I forget what that thing is. The Brawliseum, I think, is the name of that format. And it's not only that I had to win 12 games, like, I had one try to do it. I had to win 12 games on my first try, or my only try, and it's like, dude. Oh, now this will take forever to do the fucking neutral cards. I guess I wasn't expecting this to be so annoying, but you know what I even forgot to do? I don't even feel like it. Like, to play a game with each of these, like, I wanted to play one with the Paladin, but just forget it. That just kind of was a buzzkill. The whole Paladin class just kind of irks me. We have a decent amount of dust here that we could do something creative with later, but I just can't even be bothered to. Oh my god, bro. Like how much shit do we have? You think it's a good problem to have because it's like, you know, or even the Yogg. Maybe I should keep those, because even though I'm not going to use them immediately here, that at least has some relevance, or maybe I did have some framework of that. Like, those are cards that you know are going to be, at some point I'm going to want them, so right, for the sheer gimmickry that they bring. And it doesn't require even like a specific amount of support, but like I said, probably priest or rogue would be good to do that, because you I probably like even these you'd want with that, but whatever. I'll just keep Yogg just in principle, but a lot of the cards you would want might be the ones I've already disenchanted anyway. But this is going to be the most empty default dead collection that you've ever seen. Nothing in there at all, and you can kind of restart and let's say, oh, let's try to do it as a free-to-play run and see how we build up. But you know, it's like that's what I did anyway. I've always been free-to-play. I guess my most notable accomplishment with that is the NBA 2K series that I played at a decent amount over the years, but I've never gotten a microtransaction in it. I've never even been tempted to. It's honestly more satisfying just to try to earn it and do it yourself that way. So, right, you want to have something to build towards. Right, I wouldn't even find that fun. Like, oh, some game comes out on day one and you already have like the best cards or the best players or something. Right, isn't there a part of fun that you want to actually have something to work towards and try to, you know, save up and make some choices or get some random things and try to make the best of them? Like I tend to do formats like that anyway that make things kind of more difficult on purpose just to, you know, make it more interesting. So I don't know. Again, we're gonna get the old Whizbang, which I forget how it even works now. I have no idea, because it'll be like those old school decks that are gonna be completely outdated, right? Or it could, did they update it to do standard deck recipes? Like I don't even know how it works, honestly. I've forgotten, because it's supposed to be like that and it would make more sense. Like it's a current standard deck. So in a way, those could ruin the gimmickry too, because those decks, but the fact that they're random obviously is the point. But they're gonna be either they're gonna be too shitty because they're too old, or they're gonna be too good because they're new and power creeped out. If it does that, I actually don't remember. You'll be able to tell, I guess, if you do one game, or maybe it'll do either or. Like it could do any standard deck from any point in the whole history of the game, but I don't know. I feel like at one point they had made it work like that, where it would give you newer deck recipes, but then it stopped working, or they wanted to revert it to the older ones or keep it in a different year. Whatever. But no, that's the whole fun of it, and why it'd be one of the coolest cards ever is it should do that. Every new expansion or every season or whatever from the last 2 years, it should give you a deck from that, right? It should always do that. So we have the Whizbang number 1. What? One of his experimental decks with one of Whizbang's wonderful decks, which is not what it really is, because like I don't even understand it. It'll be like one of the ones from that period, right? Like I don't know. Wait, how are there so many new cards? These are ones that I can't disenchant, I guess. So basically, I'm honestly curious to see what this even gives you. Or it doesn't matter even who you choose. Just do Death Knight, I guess, for the fuck of it. So we'll go OG Whizbang. And then, like, I honestly don't know. So yeah, this one will be easy enough to keep a record of. Like, this is all we got. Oh my god. So we have some extra dust there. We can mess around, make a Yogg type thing. Let me try one other thing here. It's going to be make the newer Whizbang, and then at that point I will At that point, I'll basically decide to do the other 4 that I have to look through, which is going to be a bit exhaustive. Just do this one quickly. Right, so we did the old whiz-bang, new whiz-bang now. Those 2 are obviously very easy.
Hold on to your mug. We're in for a wild night.
So if I have the energy after doing all these, then I'll maybe try that, but I just want to see like what we even get with it. What we get with the this one, I actually had to buy a pack of stuff, like the 5 golden packs for like 20 bucks, because I guess I didn't really need it that badly, but just because I didn't have any dust on here at all. But oh god. Right, the 5 golden packs just to be sure that I could afford a whiz-bang, which I can easily do in excess here. That's the funny thing too. People say, oh, it's like pay to win type thing in any of these games, but it's like, how expensive is it really to make an aggro deck? So like for 20 bucks you can make, because that's often what aggro decks would cost. A legend caliber aggro deck could be like 5k dust, or between like 4 and 8k dust at times. So you could get like for $20 you can get a legend caliber deck just like that any season. Right, you save up for a little bit, like you save up your dust. It's like, it really isn't that big of a deal. Now to keep up constantly and stuff like that could be an issue, but let's do the new whiz-bang. Get rid of these 2 clowns over here. We do the whiz-bang. What? Wait, do I not even have oh no, I was gonna say it's not gonna even let me look at wild. Wait, but not gold. Why do I have to? I guess I could have barely afforded to do that, but he's one of his experimental decks. Like, this is what you should do. Make a new account and just do that, because okay, whiz-bang 2.0 obviously, so okay, now from there I will get to look at now the final 4 decks that we have, which is going to take some consideration. I guess with some of them it's not so hard. We'll just look at like the elusive. Are there any new elusive ones to put in the mage one? Like, as simple as that.
Tell me about your travels.
He's got 400 for logging in, even though I was just there. I don't know what it wants me to do with that. Just to get rid of the stupid red arrows bothering me. Let me see something. Or will it say you're not allowed to add friends yet because you haven't unlocked something? Okay. So what I want to do again. Oh shit. That was honestly just a lucky thing. We get 1 random pack just for logging in. It's almost like gaming the system. I just logged in. Right, made whiz-bang, logged out, logged back in, and it's giving me 400 dust and a bunch of shit. But yeah, it's a shame the Warcraft TCG didn't work out, the physical one, because that could have been cool to look at too. And I like how people would have explained that, oh, it's just because the physical cards are inconvenient compared to this or something. Like, yeah, but every other card game does that too. Like, they have a form of it even, so... Okay, so now I'm going to figure out something else here for a second. Again, we're gonna have the elusive mage thing. We're gonna have the Iron Juggernaut, Zenizari, Explore and Goro, warrior capability. We'll have the the anti-spell mage, the warrior, the renounced darkness, and the some hunter one, which is pretty undefined, like Karnas's brood, I guess.
Come in. There's always something.
Which, I mean, that one's maybe not much of a gimmick, but it's kind of just a fun, you know, one of the fun decks in the history of the game, of course. So which one are we looking at here? This is going to be the Explore the Fires thing. Okay, so Stealth Swarm. I don't know why I was drawn to even do that with the dude, with the Demon Hunter. This must have been the one that I was doing. So it's 30 card deck. Again, it's old. A lot of these cards are old, but you have the Zenizari thing with this. And you also have the ability to do Explore and Goro, which probably within reason you wouldn't want to do, but this feels so random. But again, what would I update even with that? Like, I don't even know what I would do. Or I should almost make it like, I should almost combine them. Yeah, that's what I should do. Like, I should have a deck that's just, it has, because all those other cards are kind of pointless. I should do the Iron Juggernaut mixed with that. Like, just take this and just add Explore the Fires, Zenizari, Explore and Goro. I mean, which one is, I don't want a 40 card deck for it. That doesn't seem necessary, really. Or maybe it is, I don't know. Alex Straza. Why is that making a random animation there? That really doesn't seem necessary. Like, which one of these makes the most sense? Because you don't really need support for that, is the point. Or maybe I'm misunderstanding something. This card, replace your deck with minions that cost 5 or more. They cost 5. So you could do this regardless, right? So if we add that, or none of these other cards seem relevant. So I'll do again. Is there any other support or anything else that has to do with that? This is one of my favorite cards ever, is Dry Whisker, because I always do that, like with the panda shit. Like, you flip it back and you get like a ton of armor. Okay, do I really need Thracian for that? Like, I don't know what the point of it was. So this is okay, this makes sense because there's gonna be some Death Rattle stuff in here. This is all related to the, okay, we don't want doubles though. We have the Iron Juggernaut, we have some of the other bomb things, we have, but again, there's no reason to have doubles here. You're gonna need room for the, at least the ones that, like, okay, the pandas have something to do with it, but Silence, I don't know if that's even worth having in there. Leave, Baleful Banker. Now again, we could do double Explore and Goro. This is almost to encourage or force myself to play, and then the Vandar. I mean, that's pretty, wait, what? Wait, what's his name? Okay, so now I have to reconsider this a little bit. Again, why do I have N'Zoth? Because we have some of the mechs and the shredders, which don't have anything to do with anything. But the main theme of this is, again, you have Zola, right, for the flip. You have the Baleful Banker. So you're trying to flip the Iron Juggernaut as much as possible. And you have Explore, Ungoro, and Zenizari as well, if you really want. So this is a combination of Right, explore the fires. Just get rid of everything else. I don't even care about it. So, I mean, it seems dumb, but the only thing we could do, I guess, that's a little bit different is... Why do we even have this? Our 2 minions set their attack, health, and cost to 1. I guess you could do something with that. Either Mimiron's Head or... I mean, that probably wouldn't work, but Mimiron's Head and the Geppetto Joy Buzz guy. I guess I could fit in here somehow. This one's a bit of a mess, actually. Like, there's too much shit to do with this. Geppetto Joy, but like, what could I get rid of that doesn't make sense? You have at least some of the shredders that would justify N'Zoth, even though it seems on it you have some of the different bombs. You really don't have enough to warrant that, but right, like, why even do that? You could do the Geppetto Joy, like, why do I even have the shredders? Like, those are completely unnecessary. Geppetto Joy Buzz guy, and then what was the other one? The I already forgot. Geppetto Joy Buzz and the don't need 2 of these, I guess. Only thing that should really have 2 is the... Okay, what the fuck did I just do? Hang on. This is quite the ordeal, actually, to figure out. Okay, let me go back a minute. What was the other card? Geppetto Joy Buzz and... like one other card. I can't remember what I just looked at. What is it? Warpath, Clockwork Goblin. Oh yeah, Mimiron's Head. But like, what would even synergize with that? I don't even know. If I was to put Mimiron's Head, making this one like too many gimmicks in one, like this is a disaster. But again, N'Zoth isn't necessary because you... What are the death rattles that are really even happening? I don't know. The doubles would only be... I guess I'll just do it. It seems so dumb, but this one is a mess. So you have Execute, you have Baleful Banker, which at least, again, that's thematically consistent to the dude. To do the Iron Juggernaut. Cleave, just basic removal, that's fine. Again, the Brewmasters work pretty well with the Dry Whisker armor as well. You have some of the bomb stuff. Right, all of the bomb-related things. Well, like Oracle to try to mill them out. The Silent. Some of this is just in there randomly, but Ancient Brewmaster, the Shredder, the Vandar Stormpike for that. Like, this is too many gimmicks in one. There's too many gimmicks in one. So it has the Iron Juggernaut as well, which those are like combining the two gimmicks that I like to do as Warrior. Anyway, this could happen, I guess, with the bomb synergy like that. This is good, but it's too many gimmicks in one. But the Explorer, the Fires, and Zinazari thing don't really require any support, so it doesn't matter really, you know, to do it this way. It doesn't hurt anything, right? Because even the Vandar thing is like, if it costs less than every minion in your deck, you just keep this in your hand, and then you say, with minions that cost 5. So, right, that's an internal synergy from that. But the only question with that is the fact that, are there any like other newer bombs or something? But I'm pretty much satisfied with that as is. Like, I don't even care. So that one, you have a great amount of choice with it, at least, is like, are there any like, you know, you have this chick. Not so much the ones that are on the field, like that doesn't seem worth it, but the ones that put, more so the ones that put bombs in your deck. The end of your turn, shuffle a bomb in your opponent's deck. When drawn, it goes for 5 damage. So this is kind of the same theme of it. Almost feel obligated to have that in there. Let me see what other ones we have here. I can't even afford. Again, it has to be something that shuffles it into their deck. And although I guess you could make one also built around just the bombers in general too. Summon a boom bot. Shuffle 2 1/1 boom bot. Shuffle a bomb into your opponent's deck. Shuffle 3 bombs and oh shit, I kind of need these then. Right, somehow, some way, I'll try to fit them in there, which you could easily replace the stupid ass N'Zoth Shredder type thing. Or you know, you could put all. Wait. What? Okay, let me. Missing. Owned. Okay. So get rid of everything again besides warrior is the only thing I care about here. What was the other one that I was doing sort of pseudo? I was pseudo valuing one other class here, but I kind of don't even care about it. Right, sometimes I'll do a double where I have another one that I kind of work on a little bit, but I don't really care about it. And it allows me to... It allows me to basically... whatever, kind of split it between 2 classes, but I'm probably already forgetting. Like I was doing the Stealth Swarm, I guess this would be what it is. I guess I just don't even care though. Just get rid of everything besides warrior and maybe neutral, and it should be enough to make some of this shit here. I don't think any of those were legendaries necessarily, but what is the card bag that would really fit with this? That machine one I'm not too big a fan of, but again, this is both going to give you the bomb capability, but also explore the fire and Zinazari. And again, you have so many of them. You have 2 copies of those to kind of rub it in your face that this is what you want to do. But I feel like the N'Zoth thing is really unnecessary too. But again, we have all the bombs, and you could do that with other things too. It wouldn't have to just be that. The or I guess N'Zoth would work for the Iron Juggernaut too, because I keep forgetting they changed and upgraded his effect, where he now comes back too, or he has the death rattle too. But does that mean you'd get multiple if he's, you know, you would get multiple because he's died multiple times because you've made copies of him, and then it would trigger the effect all over again. So okay, let's see. Yeah, I'm kind of destroying the Death Knight thing that I was trying to do, the Stealth Swarm or whatever nonsense, which is a gimmick really without even much of an identity, because you would think, oh, that would make more sense as Rogue or somebody else, but it's just like, oh, every stealth minion in the game, let's just combine them and whatever. So we have quite a bit for Death Knight. I probably shouldn't have done that. And sometimes when I commit to a class like that too, it's not even that I was using all these cards with it, it's just I'll end up keeping everything for that class, because if I'm going to commit to that class, I may as well, you know, leave that open. That's almost the best thing you could have done at the beginning of the game, or if you first start playing a game, is like commit to one class. So you say like, oh, I'm going to disenchant everything from every other class and only keep the ones for this one class. So then you'll have some dust and stuff to play around with. Instead, if you try to be a jack of all trades, then you won't be able to do that, because it won't spread out very well, right? So it's a situation where you have like one card with every class. Almost seemed like I was trying to do something with Shaman here, but I guess not, because I already have the evolve thing down pat. So let's see what we got here. Again, we can make a legendary, but I don't even think I need one. Now it becomes a question of, again, Nazoth or the other shit here. Again, we're just focus on the keywords. I'm not going to look through every single card in the history of the game, even if some of those fit for the same purpose. Like, I'm really using the Brewmasters at this point. Not that there wouldn't be something better, but it's more just thematically what I... Or maybe there isn't even, honestly, but... So again, the only thing we want is the bomb related thing, so again, you could, and Mad Bombers don't really apply. It's got to be something that puts the bombs in your deck, which this one does. So Safety Expert, this is from Whizbang saying, okay, it's only 100. Get 2 search bars, summon 2 1/1 bomb bots, throw a full bomb in your opponent's deck, and summon a 1/1 bot. So those are the only ones that we need to add in there, 1 and 2. And again, do we replace Nazoth, or what else can I get rid of? You have the double broom. I guess I could get rid of 1 and 1 of those, but the point was to really make you want to use them by almost forcing that. So is there something I can get rid of, or I guess one of those is enough. So again, let's look at this thematically, and it's really okay, so we have execute. Again, some of these aren't gonna fit in the theme. There's just basic, okay, removal. This is to recycle the dude. Return a minion to your hand. Let's see if there's something better, or how exactly is that worded. On the return a friendly minion, it's going to be, I mean, I guess that could just be a courtesy to do that one instead, or it could be a bone. It could be, you know what? 'Cause yeah, like really, why do that? Why not just have both of those instead of the other more expensive one? Or you could have all 3, but whatever, just so you have a decent amount. There's no point of the cost of that. Turn a friendly minion to your hand, give a +2/+2. The other thing that we have is it always was the signature to have that, but I mean, it's just so shitty. So again, execute. This is to flip back. This is just basic survival in the early game. These 2 are to encourage you to play that, and then this is to flip back AoE stuff here. And then again, we looked at the bomb stuff. We have a lot of the bomb guys. We have a couple of the death rattles. We have the support for Zinazari. This is such a mess, dude. I call this deck Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn, where it feels like that was 2 games in 1, like it should have been a trilogy, right? The Path of Radiance trilogy, but instead they crammed like 2 games into 1 with Radiant Dawn. If you know, you know. Memoron's Head, which is very unlikely to do anything, but again, the bomb, shuffle into your deck. This is to also use potentially on the Iron Juggernaut. This is for really, I don't know, but it would apply to the dude as well. Shuffle 3 bombs in your opponent's deck. So I mean, it has a good theme to it. That gimmick of the Explore the Fire Zinazari thing, I mean, Explore and Goro, is really lost on me with that, though, because... But there's no way to really compel it anyway. It's just kind of random. Okay, let me see what we have. But, like, how much gold do I have? I have enough that I could get some thematic deck here, so let me see. Or, I mean, some card back, again, that has to do with this. Let me see. Like, is there one specifically Dr. Boom related? Dr. Boom's lab. That doesn't even look right, though. I mean, Boomsday might make more sense. Or will you make... It doesn't make me think of that enough. Remember, 2018... You can't even get that one, though. I mean, I guess thematically, whatever. I'm too lazy to look through everything, but... It doesn't evoke the feeling of bombs as much as you would want it to. Like if we look through what else we have, submarine, even something more fire related would kind of make sense. And even the name of it doesn't, like this would fit because, oh, you know, it's to do with obviously Explore and Goro and stuff like that, but there's nothing to do with a bomb. Really, I thought one of these was actually like looked like a bomb, the actual icon, but it had to do with something else. Like even the Van Cleef one maybe had something to do with that. Again, this one just doesn't make me think of it at all, or even the other one that just showed up, but we can't even get that one. Or it's doing the thing as if it's highlighted in color as if you can craft it or I can get it. Like as if I have enough dust to make it if it was in the other menu, but it should be like grayed out. But these are just to show that you can buy it. Yeah, I swear there's one that has like the little bomb fuse on it and everything like that. Isn't that the one like the Van Cleef? I don't know. All right, so that's the card back. This is not what I want. Why is it not showing up? The coins are one thing I just always neglected and never even cared about, which I don't even think you can get for like gold or whatever else. But let me clean up some of the rest of this shit. See, some of this stuff I'm just being lazy with too, because like some of the cards in there are just like relics of the past. Like how lazy have I been with not replacing them? It's even stuff that serves the same purpose. Like you're trying to tell me there's not a warrior card that would be like better value for some of the same, maybe not Dry Whisker because that's such a unique effect, but some of the other ones are kind of like, you know, this is the most exhaustive session of Hearthstone I've done in a while. That's just like for the kind of the oh god, kind of the wrong reasons, because you know, not just simply playing it but actually delving into a lot of these. But we've only got 3 left, so let's just power through it. Right, I'm not too happy about it, but let me try to think. Like again, if you were to try to replicate some of these effects, like what is a warrior card that could do some of the same thing? Like a 1-cost card, nothing's really better than Execute, I mean, but what about like, okay, Cleave? Is there something better than Cleave for like 1 or 2 that would like deal 2 damage to a minion? Sometimes it's not actually as power creeped as you think though, because it won't do the same exact effect. Right, it won't be exactly the same thing, but you know, just the more cards you make, the more impossible it becomes. Deal 2 damage to a minion, deal 5 instead. Destroy friendly minion, gain 8 armor, slam. A lot of these decks don't have like card draw in them or anything. Deal 2 damage to a minion, 10 armor, 2/2/3 beasts, cover top minion. Just to kind of make the point of like, is there any rhyme or reason to this? With like, even this would be kind of the thing. Like, wouldn't this be better than Cleave by any metric? Because, you know, it'll at least do, not necessarily, but I mean, it would probably at least do as much damage or impact as that. Wait, isn't this the same thing? Deal 1 damage to all. Or yeah, like if there's always 2 things with at least 2 health that Cleave would have done, right? But again, this isn't always about the best quality stuff. It's just in Dead Man's Hand, we may as well do that too, or the Iron Juggernaut Clown Fiesta that we have here. Yeah, it'd be hard to argue that that wouldn't be always better than Cleave. But whatever, you know, some of these cards I just don't care about. Like, there'll be certain ones that could fit. I just can't be bothered to look through everything. So what you're going to do is you're going to see that again. These are just like classic old school cards, and most of them are like, even Warpath is kind of shitty. Like that 2 cost thing I should maybe have, but then it feels almost too, I don't know. Where is that? There were 2 different ones that had almost the same effect. Right, where it's like the AoE of the... Yeah. Deal 1 damage to all minions, repeat until 1 dies, and then deal 1 damage to a random minion, repeat until a minion dies. So on average, they're going to be better than that anyway, but... So we did the bomb-related stuff. I thought there'd be like one more legendary that relates to that, but I guess not. Or like, it might not say bomb. Actually, because draw a top card, discover something of the same rarity, deal 4 damage. You could make one that's more like board focused with these, like put all the bomb, make another one that puts all the bombs that do damage as a death rattle on the field instead. Wait, what? What's the difference? What? Wait, why are there 2 of those? If your deck started in duplicates, trigger battle cries, trigger twice. Wait, what is the difference? Mech. Goblins versus gnomes, Caverns of Time. But what is the point of it? I don't understand. Guards Orgrimmar, just earn the Employee of the Month award. This is so confusing how they do this. Like, why is this a thing? Just so you could use it in standard instead of... And this is when they maybe buffed it, but they're the same. Like, it would make more sense if this effect was different. Shuffle Mind Opponent's deck. Like, what the fuck? Okay, whatever. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, we'll do it again. Just wants to hand out dust that I don't even need right now, but... Or does that mean I could use both, actually, is the point. I could have 2 Iron Juggernauts even though they're... Actually, let me look that up. Can you use Caverns of Time minions separately? 2 Iron Juggernauts, something like that. Are considered the same card, and they have the same exact effect. That's almost how they should do it, is like, if they're gonna do that, right? The old one should be the old one, meaning without the death rattle, and then the new one should have that. Like, they should really separate it, and then it'd be kind of cool because one is clearly better than the other, but then you can choose that if you want, right? You can choose the worst one if you're weird like me and you want to somehow build around that instead of being forced into the new effect. Like, almost every card game could have a mechanic like that. Whenever they change a card, they should keep a version of the old card before the change, whether it was busted or not, and let you use it in a certain free-form format. That's almost what, you know, Wild and stuff is meant for. Oh, something's overpowered and broken, but it doesn't matter because it's like that format could just be for fun, and so let people do broken stuff if they want. Right, and that's fine. The people kind of ruin it by doing the same broken thing over and over instead of doing different broken things and mixing it up. But when you realize, like, oh, the meta, whatever dominates the meta is always a little busted, right? That's why everybody does the same thing. It's not like, you know, nothing is ever perfectly balanced. Even if everybody's using the same deck in mirror matchup, you could say, oh, it comes down to RNG more so than anything else. So it's not really a clear criteria. So... Okay, we got 3 of these left. I'm trying to get done with this. I mean, this is very exhausting, but it's a good precursor to maybe set up for trying to, whatever, do some of these longer actual gaming streams. Or not even longer, but just doing them, period, because I haven't done that lately. Like, those card ones are okay, but sometimes you want to do this. The one thing we won't do with this is the elusive, because like the elusive warrior that I was trying to play at, but it's not really relevant. So this is the final form of a deck that's very messy, but again, it happens to have Explorer, Ungoro, and Zinazari, but it isn't the point of the deck, and it's even very bomb focused. right? If you look at how many bomb cards, like every card in the game that mentions it, right? A bomb or a mine, unless there's some other keyword that would be similar, that would be, again, one that shuffles it into the deck. Not so much, so there's some interesting interactions you could do, not the least of which is just flipping stuff. And the fact that this is a death rattle is actually relevant as well. We got the appropriate card back and everything. Okay, so we got 3 left to do because we did the double whiz bang, we did the evolve, and we did the Zenizari double whiz bang, we did the evolve, and we did something else, I thought. What was that? We did double whiz bang. Oh yeah, we did that stupid paladin one. We did the shaman, we did the iron juggernaut. So we have now obviously the mage, the warlock, and the hunter. The hunter might require a certain amount of thought too, because of the simple fact that you know, it's a situation where I don't know, like the way I play these myself would make them more fun than what they actually are, but like, because like with that one, okay, I would use Explore Angora or I would use Zenizari, but if somebody else is doing it, they don't have to do that. They'll just ignore it. They'll win despite the gimmick, not because of it, or whatever. They'll kind of clown it because, you know, then they can pluck around with the bomb. So I mean, it's kind of 2 in 1. Right, the real gimmick is supposed to be that, but even the bombs are a gimmick because they're not like a win condition that guarantees anything. And the real fun of that is like the flip. So there's obviously better ways of doing it, like with Bran or something, but the manual idea of flipping it is something that I definitely like. Right, it's the old school way that I used to do that, even if it's not. This one shouldn't require really any addition or changes because, again, it's just a random warlock deck that just happens to have well, but I don't know if there's something else fun that we could do with it. I feel like there are a lot of fun warlock cards in general. Or wait a second, 200 total levels. Wait, oh, but this is kind of breaking the whole fun of having to earn that normally. Yeah, 200 total levels is nothing. Anybody can do that. So I mean, obviously warlock, since that's what we're doing on here anyway, but Nemesis Gul'dan, or is there another one? Malfay Gul'dan. Not a big fan of. It looks better still. But no, that was like saying, oh, I should get one of those before this game goes offline, that I've never gotten a rank 100, but now you don't even have to. They're kind of just handing that to you. Or the one thing I didn't account for was maybe some of the heroes. Like I was doing the card backs, but I didn't necessarily change the heroes in a way that would fit super well. So let me see. Catch up cards, which again just gives me more fodder to disenchant. Alright, what we need to do now is, again, we could disenchant all this shit, but the bigger point is it doesn't matter because I'm not, and I don't know if there would be a card back that really fits for the Renounced Darkness. We can just use the Nazoth for the fuck of it. But, again, this deck is going to have no rhyme or reason to it. It's just gonna be a bunch of random stuff. Or maybe I should do it almost like that. It should be like every, well, I won't be able to even do that. Like every Warlock legendary, right? Like a 30 legendary thing, and then just have the 2 Renounced Darknesses there. Like if you don't want to use that. But I honestly wouldn't even have enough dust for that, so I can't even do it. Right? There's no way. Like even as many, let's see how many like I have. Well, first let me just do this. So we're going to get rid of everything, which might seem like a lot of dust, but it could be that I already have maybe more Warlock legendaries than I realize, because I have maybe had this for a long time where I just never disenchant Warlock cards, because even though, again, the whole purpose is renounce, I just still kind of keep it around. All the other cards just because. But no, like, would there even be 28 Warlock? That almost seems like the right way of doing it, to be honest with you. Because there is no other point to the stack, right? It's just random. It's meant to be Renounced Darkness. That's the only thing. Even the other one I kind of ruined with that, like... the making a bomb deck instead of Explorer, Ungoros, and Azari, but it's appropriate because I, you know, whatever. I just want to get this over with though. Like we have 2 more to do, so we'll do this, and we have the anti-spell mage with all the elusive stuff in the game, and then we have the other one with the particular thing which relates to the hunter, I guess, Karnasa hunter, which might be a little bit odd, but I don't know if there's some better way of really doing it now. Right, like there'll be better versions of the same thing, but I don't want to look it up, or I frankly don't even want to look through the cards to be able to do it. So some of these would be at a disadvantage compared to one another. But none of them are like purely new cards. Like some of them will incorporate a few new things, but we'll basically, with the mage, we'll just look up whatever's new with the elusive. So this one is almost making me want to just do all legendaries, all random Warlock legendaries with no rhyme or reason to them. Where again, the deck almost forces you to use Renounced Darkness, because you might think, oh, the legendaries are good, but it's going to be limited in scope because of that. Like, yeah, I like how a lot of the major lore characters are considered warlocks, even if it has nothing to do with that. Like, Sargeras is a warlock, Kil'jaeden is a warlock, even Archimonde, who you think of more as a brute type, is still considered a warlock, I guess, or even like N'Zoth. I don't know, like there should be some nuance. Like, okay, Cthulhu is considered a druid, or maybe N'Zoth could be considered a priest or something. I don't know. It just seems odd. Like basically everybody, oh, any villain is a warlock because they are using dark magic or they're evil, right? Like that's not a very good explanation for it, but it becomes kind of oversaturated. So they have a monopoly over. Warlocks have a monopoly over all the good cosmetics and like that. The you know, you'll get Sargeras and Kil'jaeden and, you know, whatever, everything. Okay, this really takes too long. I mean, they should have a better feature of doing this. Right, maybe I'm just not aware that you can just check the whole collection or check a whole page or check a whole class and just disenchant them all together like that. Like none of this shit really interests me. This is why, like, you make your own fun in the sense that you know, you just make your own fun because you decide to not go along with just power creep or meta or whatever. Some of these are going to overlap with warlock stuff. I don't care. Again, we can make a couple legendaries, and maybe I do have a decent number, but it wouldn't be quite what I'm looking for with like every single warlock legendary in the history of the game, which might be Might be 28, might be more right by now, because again, that's what you could have done at the beginning. Like Total Biscuit did that, where he made a deck full, you know, early Hearthstone, he made a deck of full legendaries, which is degenerate pay to win, or he must have spent a lot of money on packs, but whatever. It's like there were that many legendaries in the whole game, that means, or barely, right? Make a deck full of only legendaries. Whereas now there's so many cards in the game that every single class would be able to do that, right? Where each individual class is going to have close to 30 legendaries alone, especially if you include the either spells or the hero cards, right? Like the Planeswalker equivalent shit. Again, we're waiting on the Warlock thing. I'll see how many legendaries I actually do have, or more to the point, how many there actually are total in the history of the game. Although I guess some of those I wouldn't do if it's just like a spell or something else. At least if it's a minion, I can kind of understand it. But yeah, we got 2 left to do. I'm kind of annoyed by this actually, because it makes me feel like, okay, I want to look through every single card that I've either missed out on or in the history of the game, but it's too much to really wrap your head around. And it's not even worth it, because again, the gimmick isn't about quality, it's just about doing it in a certain way, like committing to like a certain theme. Like the evolve one is really strict, and so that's a good example of a gimmick. Like or even the elusive one is like, okay, every elusive minion in the history of the game to speak for itself. Okay, so we can make really 3 legendaries, which again, in addition to all the ones that I have, would be pretty solid, because that could almost make you have enough. That could be what this is about. Just every Warlock legendary plus 2 Renounced Darknesses. So either deal with those, which might not be with the best results, or because again, you might think, oh, a deck full of legendaries is going to be really good or broken, but that's not necessarily true at all. Right, sometimes they're very situational, very bad. Okay, so what happens is we're gonna see, first of all, which legendaries do we have. Do you have, you know, 8, 16, 20? So you could almost do it. Maybe make like 23. And like, how many are there then total? Let's look at only the ones that are missing. Wait, what? Whoa. Okay, there's way more than 30. What the fuck? Wait, how do I not have Jiraxis when he's in the deck? What do you mean? Some of these are bugged out because of the... Yeah, wait, what? But let me... Okay, I don't know what to do with this. So I can make 3 legendaries. Let me look at like what are some of the most fun ones that I don't have, even though some of them are like overlapping a lot. Let's look at something transformative. Taunt lifesteal cards cost equal to the number of cards in your deck. I don't really understand how that would fit in here. But has 10 reforms. That seems kind of stupid. I don't really want that one. And don't we have Gul'dan in one of these too? Like, I don't understand what it's telling me to craft. Like all this Caverns of Time bullshit. So you have this. You have. Again, some of these card placements are just random. Like you want the gimmick, but there's other things get in the way. Is basically the thing. So again, we'll do a full That actually seems like the appropriate thing, because again, it's not important for the deck to be good. It's important for you to play Renounced Darkness, so that's the only thing I care about. Let's just do it like, okay, we'll make every legendary. And so that's a good way to kind of compel you to do that. Because if you have here, we have what? What do you mean? Oh. So this should be N'Zoth, and then this should be, I'm fine with that. Get rid of this, I guess. And okay, let me try to understand this a little better again. We'll put every legendary in here, or maybe I'll do it with some rhyme or reason, like whenever you play a shadow spell that costs 1 or more, there's not going to be any like I won't do any maybe that. Wait, what? But they're all such high cost. Okay, let me see. Deck size is 40. I don't really want that one though. I mean, this could be a win condition in itself. This may be too strong. Right, I'm not the biggest fan of that, honestly. Deck has no duplicates. Well, it's gonna have the duplicate of you know, the dude. But one random demon, you're not really gonna I don't want these win condition ones really as much. 4 friendly imps. Shuffle 3 random rifts into your deck. I don't know. You're gonna have too many of the hero cards basically. 1 if your hand is full, which could actually theoretically happen. There's not going to be much spell play. If your deck is empty, open a portal. That's too situational. Although the point was to, again, just fill it with all of these, but summon 2/1 shades. Each gains a death rattle to cast your last shadow spell. I'm trying not to really put spells in here. Shuffle 3 random prime legendary minions into your deck. Okay. Lackeys. That's a little unfortunate because that's not quite what I imagined this to be. Like, what are some fun legendaries to really use? And again, a lot of these are repeating with ones that I have. Agamagon. Though he fell during the War of the Ancients, legacy on Azeroth can be seen in the first and Cold War tribes who still worship him. He died in like a very epic way, I think. I can't remember. Next card your opponent play costs your opponent's health instead of mana. What? Up to 10. Yeah, I was gonna say, because some of those are dumb. Targaryen, even though we have some of these. Deck has no duplicates, summon all demons. When your hero takes damage, summon a 6/6. This is kind of annoying, actually. Draw your deck in 5 turns, destroy the enemy hero. That seems kind of too good in a way. Whenever your hero takes damage, summon 2/5 Hive Queens, deal 3 damage to all enemies. End of your turn, you get a larva. Fill your board with copies of this minion. I don't know exactly what. This is like something that would synergize well with the shaman, which one time I actually got it somehow like that. Right, I don't remember. Like somehow I had this and I was able to use an evolution effect. I don't really understand. Whenever you draw a minion, summon a copy of the rush that dies at the end of the turn. Maybe I should get some lower cost ones, because fill your hand, then empty it. Draw until your hand is full, empty the opponent's hand. Empty the opponent's hand. After a friendly minion... Wait. Only minion dies, gain his death rattle. I can only make 3. Play 6 temporary cards, draw 20 cards. Take 12 damage on your turns. Deal 2 health from a random enemy. After you play a minion, destroy it and summon a 4/4 field. That would be pretty bad for how top heavy this is. Discard that. None of these are really good. Your foul spells cost 2 less. Discard a random card from your hand, your opponent's hand instead. 4 mana 7/7. Can't really argue with that. This is from Ungoro. Maybe that's almost too strong. Discard a card from your hand for a 4 mana 7/7. Wait, how? The Lost City of Ungoro. This was the most recent expansion, wasn't it? That shows you, yeah, 2025. Kind of power creeped out. Death Knight Tourist. Death Rattles trigger twice. Discover friendly Death Rattle minion. 1 attack for each card you've discarded. Your opponent's cards cost health instead of mana next turn. Your opponent's cards cost health instead of mana next turn. 4 mana 7/7, 5 mana 7/7. Wow. Stop the attacking cost of all. Cost and attack of all minions in your deck. Draw a demon, swap places with it. Both players draw 2 cards, discard 2 cards, destroy the top 2 cards of their deck. That at least seems kind of fun. I mean, okay, discover a movement, play a movement, shuffle the other 6 in your deck. Seems kind of messy. It could be fun, but it's kind of too slow and like that card of sanctity over here. They say Pot of Greed should be banned, but then Yugi has that draw till you have 6 cards, or even Kaiba has that like, oh, card of demise. I draw till I'm holding 5 cards, and in 5 turns I discard my entire hand. Like whenever he plays that, the game ends like that same turn. You're never gonna, you know. Is obviously playing into the 6/6/6 thing, but Archimon, I don't think I've even seen this, have I? Or I've never used it. Summon every demon you play this game that didn't start in your deck. Or there's something I'm forgetting too, because this is meant to have like, I don't know. This is meant to have this with a minion from your deck. Minions in your hand have Echo. These are all too high cost for this to even make any sense. I don't know. Replace your hand and deck with legendary minions. Okay. And cards you draw from your hero power cost 0. I don't know. There's nothing really like with a big fun factor here. What is this? Increase your hand size to 12. Draw 4 cards. This is in your hand. Dark Gifts. Summon a random demon from your hand and deck. Return all cards you discarded. Whenever you summon a minion in your rush, dies on a turn. Fill your board copies of this minion. Let me do this random clown dude. I don't care. So you're gonna have like Malkazar and stuff, for example. So if your deck is empty, I'm just trying to think of the practicality of some of this. Like your Abyssal Curse. Curses heal you. Give your opponent an Abyssal Curse. I don't know. Blood Reaver Gul'dan. You have Jiraxis. You really don't need more than 2 of the heroes, but I don't know why I feel almost compelled to do that. You'd have like this could go on for a very long time. The way that I don't want to do Rin though, because place your hand deck with legendary minions, and I don't want Sargeras necessarily in there. What was the other one I made? Didn't I make like 3 of them? And 1, 2, I guess that was the third one. So I guess I don't know what this is really. It's a little harder to do than I thought with filling it just with legendary. So if I was gonna do Renounce, then I'll also do you know, Malkazar, and then you have like Elise to try. These are things to try to affect the deck in a novel way. Like, let me go and check my shit again. I'll have to go back and look at when I just deleted the deck. So now we go back and we, oh god, I gotta watch an ad on my own stream. Like some of this is just gonna be filler stuff, so I don't even know what to do with that. Right, like, okay, your demons cost 1 less. You get to shuffle stuff into your deck that may or may not, well, they're considered warlock cards, so I mean it's fine, but this is 1 less if your hand is full, or cost 1 if your hand is full, which that could be very strong, but this is deal 3 damage to all minions, shuffle 3 rifts into deck. Cards you draw cost 0. Replace your hand deck with legendary minions. This almost seems too good with all the legendary emphasis, but I'm trying to leave out some of them, at least deliberately. But it's a situation where I was almost trying to compel you to have to play Renounce, but this almost seems too good that you wouldn't have to do it. Okay, let me see. Like, let me look at this for a second. What else is in there? You have Void Lord, Twisting Nether, Abyssal Enforcer, Fellfire Potion. Like, none of this is really related to it. I don't know. There's really no theme that I can give you with this. Right, these are just random cards. Like, there's nothing to them. I could just put a bunch of legendaries, but enemy spells cost 0 next turn. Again, this is just meant to be random shit. Cover legendary minion. You just be like, discover stuff, Algon's Vision. Put another card on the bottom of the opponent's deck. Keep another card. Look at the top card. Put 3 colossal minions on the bottom of your deck. Secretly choose to counter something. Don't care about that. Building your deck. I don't want that. Add some bots. If you have 20 health or less, open Badlands Jail. Destroy enemy with taunt. These are 2 random. This is kind of hard to do, actually. Place your hand with iconic 1 from Hearthstone's past, once per game. Every 3rd spell you cast, 50% chance to corrupt the game with an anomaly. Both players start with 2 copies of. Okay, this could be fun, just kind of random effects. Start your turn, draw a new card, also damages, okay. Transform minions in your deck into dragons. Okay. Whenever you cast a spell, fill your board with random minions of that cost. There really aren't going to be any spells here. Sylvanas, destroy enemy minion, take control of it instead. Big Death Rattle 5 friendly minions. We're gonna see Lord Thamar in that other one. The choose a fantastic treasure, shuffle 3 into your deck. If your deck has no duplicates, this is in both players' deck. Oh, that could be a fun idea in and of itself. If I somehow could arrange it so that both people, right, what I call like there should be a it's one of the funniest terms. There should be a non-consensual Nozdormu, basically, where you somehow give something up to sacrifice, and I don't know. Choose a character, cast 4 random spells. Use to rotate everything. Use a direction to rotate. Sneed Shredder. Like, I don't know what this is. This is a mess. All cards that cost 2 or less in both hands and decks. Draw a minion, transform all other friendly minions into a copy of it. For some reason, I'll put Octosari in there. Summon an Elemental. Alexstrasza, Ragnaros, Deathwing. I mean, it's just a clusterfuck, basically. But again, the goal is to try to get you to play Renounce. Like, I'm not too happy with this, but again, just your demons cost 1 less. Might not be too relevant. Again, Millhouse, King Mukla, just kind of random shitty things. Discover Legendary, Elise, Malkazar. Some of these are going to be kind of slow paced. Anatharon could be really good. Corrupt the game with a random anomaly. So this is good because it almost forces you to try to play very whatever, to try to play Renounce, of course. So some of these could be a little tilting and too good, but I forget how this exactly plays in the rotation thing, but like it would take control of certain ones or something. Draw a minion, transform, AoE, a couple of the hero cards. Octosari could be fun once you've already played Renounce, then you refill your hand. I can't remember exactly what else was in here. Let me see. Dark Pact, Flame Imp, Kobold, Librarian, Mortal Coil, Power Overwhelming, Voidwalker, Defile, Drain Soul, Renounce Darkness, Vulgar Homunculus. Like that plays too much like a normal deck, right? This one is meant to be a little over the top. Twisting Nether, like I don't have any spells really in here. I guess I'll go with that. I mean, the alternative is I could just do the same one basically, but I would almost have to play test some of these and figure it out. But like it's so dumb because there's no real rhyme or reason to it at all. Actually, it's just trying to force you to basically it's trying to force you to play Renounce Darkness, because if you think about, like, let me look at the low cost again. It's so one-sided in the early game that right, it's so one-sided in the early game that it doesn't even make any sense, because you're trying to again, you have some of this top-heavy stuff, so you can get Anatheron that could really play out well. You have some decent low-cost things, but it's just very messy. I don't know if I like this. Right, you're pressured to play Renounce. If you don't play Renounce, then you know what the problem with this is too. You have too many neutral cards that'll mess up Renounce. You have how many? 1, 2, 3. That doesn't count because that's meant to be, but 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's kind of lame. 11, this is considered a warlock card. 12, 13, 14. That's kind of what ruins it, actually. Is the fact that, yeah, like, I don't know. Yeah, that doesn't even work the way that it should then, because it's meant to be that you're really playing into Renown, so you're only going to get like 15 cards out of it, because, again, one, let me count it the other way. One, I guess one of these would count, so 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. What the fuck? You have 13 cards that would even benefit from Renounce. That's so dumb. Yeah, this is not how it's meant to work, but... This one is a little confusing because, yeah, I didn't account for that fact. Replace your hero power and warlock cards with another class. The cards cost 1 less. Yeah, that won't work because... Okay, let me try one where, like, what if I do every legendary just indiscriminately as a warlock, even though... Again, there's no rhyme or reason to them, but then some of them might be too much. Right, just like put every one of these in here, even if they don't make sense. But then see, like Rin and stuff could ruin something too. Argaris and that. Your deck size is 40 but has 10 refund. Like, I don't even want some of those in there. Um, 21. This is so dumb. I definitely don't want that reform thing in there anyway. But if we have like Renounced Darkness, I just feel like this will be too good then. It kind of ruins it. Like Sargeras alone could win you the game, or it'll be too many things. So you got like Malkazar, and you got the Elise chick. 25, and then what else did I have like in the other one? It's like you're trying to resist the temptation to play whatever, but none of these are going to be any good for you anyway. Right, if you can get to the end game, it could be good, but again, Rin could be really good. Most of these are not going to be good. Because like you're not going to be able to use some of these mechanics. That's kind of the problem. Sargeras is just too good. Like, I don't want him in there. Like, maybe none of the other ones are an issue, but just Sargeras or Rafam, so... Okay, we'll do it like that, I guess. I don't know what to tell you. Again, the goal is to try to get you to play Renounced Darkness, and if you don't, then you do it at your own peril. We could do Millhouse, we could do... some of the other ones here, let me see. I don't know why I would put Lotheb in there. Karen Bloodhope, like it's just random. There's no rhyme or reason to it at all. But this is at least to stack up a lot of transformed into dragons. want things that really impact your deck that way, like just your deck started with no duplicates. Does this have no duplicates? Well, it's gonna have renounce. I mean, no matter what. Trigger does about 5 minutes die this game. Non-consensual Nozdormu is not gonna happen. You do this where you rotate it, random legendary thing. Destroy all cards that cost 2 or less in both players' decks. Some of these could be kind of cool, but I'd have to decide on which one that we really want, because it's like out of the ones that are actually neutral, like Millhouse seems fair because you're going to struggle in the early game with this, right? You don't have anything that's 4 cost. A lot of these effects are going to be completely stupid. Last shadow spell, which you're not going to have a shadow spell, so right, this dude you're not going to get, so you could do Karen Bloodhoof. This dude at least has an interesting, so Karen Bloodhoof doesn't have an interesting effect though, is the point, right? The where it's like transformative of your deck. Basically, didn't we have like Sylvanas or somebody in here? Rotate. That at least gives you a random legendary. I don't know if it's that interesting, but Mal'Ganis, Deathwing. This is so hard to actually do. Okay, let me try again. So again, if I would have to get rid of only the neutral minions is the point. Again, Deathwing is fun to have in here, I guess, but Mal'Ganis, that's fine. Octosari could be cool with the renounce. This one maybe isn't necessary. Rotate treasures. Transform into dragons. I guess these are all mostly fine. I'll let you keep Millhouse here, so we have 3 things to get rid of. Either Octosari, Deathwing, the Shredder, that Lady Prester chick. I kind of want Octosari. Okay, Octosari, Deathwing. Okay, that one's not really necessary. Fantastic treasure. I kind of want Octosari as some sort of reward for playing Renounce, and then you get it, and then it's never going to actually happen, but you have the Prester chick, you have the fantastic treasures. I don't know. That thing feels like a must, though, so I guess I'll get rid of Octosari and the... I guess the dragon chick is fine, but that could have been cool, actually. So... if I'm to do it this way, then... I guess what happens is you need more of an emphasis on the on the class cards, because that doesn't work otherwise. Right, it's a situation where you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. You have 21 cards that are 21 cards that are Warlock legendary. So is there something that I'm missing here? We have really all of them, so I don't have a choice, or all the ones that I have. Again, that one's without rhyme or reason, but again, it's to sort of pressure you to play. That one really didn't work out the way I wanted it to. Again, like, what are some of the other legendaries that I could have? Just, it doesn't even matter really what their effects are. It's just after you play a minion, just like, I really should have enough dust for that, but I just don't, so fuck it. This is the most nonsensical one, because the other ones I had would just be like random, you know, things, but like, which of these effects would have no impact at all? Your demons cost 1 less could have some impact. This one, there is no shadow spell, right? That's completely useless. There are no lackeys, right? So these are totally nonsense effects. Shuffle 3 things into there, summon 2 shades. Right, there are no spells, so some of these cards are going to be useless. This one I don't like because it's not very cohesive at all. Yeah, it's meant to pressure you to play Renounced Darkness, but that's sort of the insidious nature of it, is like it's trying to tempt you to play Renounce. Really not much I can do with that, I guess. That's kind of fucked up. Like, I honestly can't justify it, but again, let me count once more. Which ones are going to have no impact at all? Never mind the fact that I should have all of them be that, except for like Malkazar and whatever, but demons, again, this effect is useless. This effect is useless. This effect is partially useless. This effect isn't going to happen. Resurrect, friendly imps, which there may be 1 or 2 in there, but you do have a couple win conditions. Like, how hard would it be to get Rin, to do Rin against some of these? Because that one's kind of tough because you don't want win condition stuff in here. That one kind of bothers me a little bit. Okay, whatever. Okay, I just did something I should never do, and I was even saying, oh, I never did that in 2K, but I'll do it here. But again, it's just for a gimmick's sake. It's not like, oh, for any real benefit. So I bought $100 worth of packs just so that I could... It's mainly, I don't even care what the Warlock legendaries are, right? But I just want more. So will this be enough to make basically 9 or... No, I guess not 9, because 2 of the... Yeah, the commentator gets excited about golden. Let's see how much dust we actually get from this as a hypothetical example. From 30 golden packs, we get a golden legendary. But we have to make like 7 legendaries or maybe 9, because basically so I mean every golden legendary we get is 1 right there, so that's 2 that we got, probably like 3. Again, I don't like doing this, but I at least want a deck of only Warlock legendaries, which I don't even have enough of them, right, to fill it. Whether they're good or not, or make sense or not, is fine. I also want to get rid of Rin, though, if I can. I don't want any win conditions like that. I don't want Sargeras. I don't mind Anatheron, even though he's strong, and I don't mind. See, it's like I'm almost worried about cards being too good. Not that they're not good enough. And then I also want, or even like the Golden Epic is as much as, or no, I guess it's just as much as an Epic normally. That, you know, just the legendaries alone are gonna cover most of what I need, right? Regardless of all this other shit. So. What did I say? Sentient housewife? Yeah, as opposed to the regular... I don't know if I misread that or what that is. As opposed to a regular housewife who's not sentient at all, of course. We probably have about 5 or 6 of them. And we have at least like 3 or 4 just from legendaries themselves. So again, we're going to be a little bit careful with which ones we make. But this is a good test too, I guess. Like, okay, for $100, which you shouldn't do that, but... how much do you really get out of this? And again, I'm doing it purely for the gimmick reason, so maybe I can either get some that don't have effects that are complete throwaways, but the bigger priority is just to get some period, maybe even some lower cost ones, or some with the fun effects. This is what Total Biscuit had to do when he did that. Ajara, I mean, some of the ones I'm getting could even be what I need, right? Some of these could have been Warlock legendaries too. I don't know. I haven't, or it's hard to even tell because they're obviously gold, so you can't even see that. But yeah, that should definitely be enough. Like, how many legendaries does this translate into? And again, we've gotten at least like 5 of them straight up, so that's basically enough right there. Because just by disenchanting, either that one counts as a Warlock legendary itself, or I'm not even looking at the whatever, but you know, either that would count as one of them, or I could disenchant it and make one of them for each of the legendaries, and again, all the rest of this is going to count for something. We got a decent number of legendaries, like even if those are just 30 normal packs, we got a good amount. Again, am I doing this for some ladder climb to, you know, whatever? Or am I doing it purely for the fun of it? Just to complete this gimmickry. And then the other thing, again, I have to do the hunter and the mage, which those ones should be relatively easy, although I'm not so sure about the hunter, to be honest. But I won't have to do any of this for that. Like, we're just looking at elusive stuff, and that's about it. So yeah, let me get rid of that. So it kind of takes away from the luster of being a gold card, the fact that you guarantee it like this. But all right, so we'll get rid of everything besides. Or actually, maybe we should do it only like that then. So then we don't have to worry about accidentally disenchanting something that we don't want to, but it would only be for a Warlock anyway. Let's see, how much does this actually equate to? Because again, it would have to be like 16,000 basically. Because we need like about 10 Warlock legendaries. And I'll be a little selective because again, I kind of want them not to have total nonsense effects that don't have any impact, but I can't say for sure how I feel about that. It's surprising actually that I wouldn't have more, considering on this I've never like disenchanted Warlock cards because I've always had Renounce, and so I've always thought about it like that. Yeah, this should be just about enough. Thinks I'm trying to do some dust glitch, I guess. Yeah, a lot of these other ones are useless though. The regular, at least if you get an epic or a legendary, is worth it. But so again, 16k. We have a couple more legendaries still to do. Should be pretty close. But yeah, even though people would rag on all this kind of stuff, I don't think it's really fair to say these kind of games are pay to win, because even though they try to be a lot and shove stuff down your throat, the reality is that if you just put in a certain amount of time and if you just meta game net deck, it's not that hard to do it really. But But to really have fun with it and to keep up with people who are really competitive, obviously is an element there. But okay, come on. So we got 2 more gimmick decks to do. The Paladin one was really the underwhelming one because where's all the other legendaries? There must be a neutral, I guess. We did get 10 Warlock. I mean, we should do that because unless they're legendaries, I don't really care about them either. Alright, so again, the magic number was around 16k to be able to do this, and so that's fine. I'm gonna go here. And again, we have the 2 other things to do left. The only thing I won't do is if it's a legendary for Warlock, because then we may as well keep the gold one, but it's also a situation where we'll see like whether that's actually one that I really want or not. Right, because who cares? We can always, if we did want one of these, we can always just remake it. Sure, it won't be gold, but who really cares? None of this stuff is really worth it. I wonder what my total of dust would have been. Like, I've spent so much over the years that, like I said, I could have a golden version of every card. Maybe not like that, but at least I could have every card in the history of the game. I think that's pretty clear, even with whatever newer stuff, because it's just not necessary. Right, that you shrink your collection by 4 times every time you do that. Like, I'll disenchant everything, then I'll make something, then I'll do it again. It's like, oh, it's almost going to be exactly 16k. Oh, shit. Yeah, we have more than enough to get, again, the deck full of Warlock Legendaries. The question will be, do I want to now replace some of the ones I already have to make it make more sense? Because, like, let me recount it again. I'm surprised I actually did that, but it felt kind of like this one deserves to have that quality of just, I don't know. Because, yeah, I was trying to be all cute with it before, and like, okay, I'll fill in the holes with other things, but with neutral legendaries, but you can't do that because the only neutral cards I really want in there are Malchezaar and Elise, because they affect the deck, you know, in ways that wouldn't counter with the Renounced, right? Like, well, I guess Malchezaar can give you some Warlock legendaries too, but that'll be replaced. But effectively, that's fine because that's a good novelty. But aside from that, I want them to all be Warlock legendaries. So it's like, maybe I can make all of them, which I shouldn't do even, but like, let me look at it again. I definitely won't make I can make 10, 11. I can make 11 and almost 12, but is that how many are left to be made? Like, let me see. Let's say 1. I wouldn't worry about the spells, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't want Kazakus anyway, but 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. A lot of them are spells, like 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay, so there's definitely too many. So let me look at effects that are either neutral, like that at least are applicable, right? Like, okay, after minion dies, in its death rattle. Like, again, the discard isn't going to happen, so I shouldn't do that. Spell burst, you're not going to have spells, right? After you play a minion, I mean, you could do this one. Just for the sake of cost, I don't mind getting some of these lower cost ones. On lifesteal, again, discard is not going to happen. Duplicates, you're going to have Renounce. I mean, spells cost 2 less and have lifesteal. This is maybe too strong. Death Knight Tourist. Death Rattles trigger twice. Cover friendly. I don't even want spells. Discard. Man. Opponent's cards cost health instead of mana next turn. Some of these just seem too strong. I don't know. I don't want it to be too good. Draw a demon. Death Rattle. Swap places with it. Okay, I guess we can do that. Cover a movement. Okay, I don't want that. That didn't start in your deck, which again, I don't know how much of that we're really gonna get. Draw your highest 2 cost cards. Your opponent draws your lowest 2. Oh, that could be interesting. That you'd give them Renounce then. Okay, I guess I can do that. Swap this with a minion from your deck. Okay, fine. What do you mean, wild era? Like it's everything I'm doing is wild. Minions in your hand have echo. I mean, they're going to be also high cost. That almost doesn't matter. Destroy a minion. If drawn this turn, instead destroy all minions except this one. Destroy a minion. Okay. Discover a minion from your deck. Summon a tentacle as a stats and taunt. I'm trying to keep it on the low cost side a little bit. Take an 8 damage, summon this. Give Death Rattle, summon. Give a minion in your hand, summon this, but take an 8 damage on your turns. Remove the top 5 cards of your deck, your opponent's deck instead. End of your turn, deal 6 damage to the enemy hero. Two damage, if any die, repeat. I like some of these utility ones at least. Result, no. All these specific mechanics. Excavated. Increase your hand size to 12, draw 4 cards. I guess. In your hand or deck, it gains a copy of every dark gift given to your minions. Summon a random demon from your hand or deck. Okay. Turn on a discard is not going to happen. Draw a minion. Summon a copy of the rush dies on a turn. Let's just make sure now that we don't miss something really good. Hive Queen thing I don't care about. Draw your deck. I don't want the win condition stuff. That Nether Drake one I don't mind. How do I not have that when he's in the deck? Like, what do you mean? Equal the number of cards in your deck. I don't know what's happening. So let me maybe try this again. So we'll do Renounce. We'll do the Malkazar and stuff. So we should have more than enough here. So we'll do Renounce times 2. We'll do Malkazar. There's like an insidious thing to this. Like I'm being a bit of a sadist, or like you're tempting a warlock to give into the dark side in the sense of giving into renouncing darkness. You're tempting them towards the light. That you're trying to make this so unappealing that people end up using it. Right, because it's going to be so bad otherwise. Let me try to get rid of some of the nonsense ones here. Again, your demons cost 1 less, and that is at least a legitimate effect, right? This one isn't going to be relevant because there are no shadow spells. That one's not relevant. Level 3 prime minions into your deck. Again, those are fine. Draw a demon, swap places with it. Then summon 2/2/1 shades. That partially works. Again, this is when your deck's empty. Somewhat I can't be that picky, but highest cost, lowest cost, swap with a minion from deck, do that. The imps is fine. Resurrect friendly imps, destroy minion, cover minion, make a tentacle. I don't want that. This is okay. This is fine. Do Galacron, deal 2 damage. So again, some of these are just utility type things. Summon a random demon. You draw a minion, summon with a rush. AoE, Draxus, this dude. No duplicate, summon all demons from your hand, which again, Renounce would be the only one that is really preventing that from happening. That seems like a perfect 30, and again, not that these effects are really that good or anything, but like which ones did we miss? Okay, this effect is nonsense. These effects are incomplete. Like they could happen, but Rin is a win condition. I don't want that. That goes against the Gimmick thing. These are kind of too strong, so I guess that is actually correct. So was that worth $100? Absolutely not. But again, this is fine because again, it's demons cost 1 less. That could come into play. The prime thing is okay as well. Just whatever. It's slow, but it could be fine. And then you have nothing between. That is really the stick it to you, right? You have nothing between 2 and 5. Nothing. Like, if you don't want to do Renounce and you don't get Renounce, you're just screwed. Like, that's literally your... Dude, that is so cheap. Like, what are... That is so disgusting. That is actually unacceptable. Like, what did I miss? Are there not... Maybe I made a mistake. You can't do that. Like, that's disgusting. That is actually disgusting. There's nothing between 2 and 5. Like, are you kidding me? You would have to mulligan hard for Renounce, or you're just gonna get screwed. Like, that's unfair. Man, I can't believe I did that and then I still fucked it up. That's amazing. Like, are there no... Oh my god. Let me understand. Without the nonsense effects. Steal 2 health from a random enemy. Spell burst wouldn't apply. Could have maybe done... But none of these are really appropriate with the effects. Like, yeah, there really is nothing else I would want. Maybe just like one of these. The dude, like this dude. Maybe these 2, if I could have afforded it. That just seems like a dickish experience. That is crazy. Like, how did I do that? So the only other 2 that I could get would be like, okay, this dude just have a 3 cost, this dude just have a 4 cost. And even that effect is kind of counterintuitive. Right, but after you play a minion, destroy summon a 4/4. That seems really, really tough. Because again, you can mulligan for Renounce, but you might still not get it. So you're kind of cucked. So you go, you know, turn 2, 3, and 4. You can do Anatheron, obviously, but that is actually disgusting, though. There should be some curve benefit that I sort of messed up, honestly. Is that I should have... Maybe I put that 3 cost guy in there only. Which I could almost do if I get rid of something here. If I disenchant one of them, I could almost do that. I was I put a 3 cost instead of something. I don't know what. That just seems too disgusting. Like, that's really, really tough. I love that. So like you're kind of I could almost get rid of that too then. Like you're tempting them to use Renounce so badly, because if you don't, you're gonna get screwed, right? In the early game. That is kind of disgusting. So if I wanted this against spell burst wouldn't apply. I guess I'll leave it, but that seems kind of sick. Or let me delete the other one. Man, this was a lot harder to do than I thought. 2 to 5. Right, that jump is kind of crazy. So it's the opposite, like you're tempting somebody into the darkness, but in this case you're tempting them into the light. Like you want the warlock to be trapped and tricked into doing that. Again, we have 2 left. That one was a little bit annoying also. And I want to kind of test some of these, but I guess I'll do it tomorrow or if I have energy after this. But this has been kind of annoying to try to organize the way that I'm doing. But again, that's sort of deliberate. But again, I can imagine the first couple of turns, even if you do want to play Renounce, right, you'll like ideally you'll get Anatheron, and then you just tap for a couple of turns, you play him, and then you tap for a couple of turns, you play Anatheron, and then you Renounce, or he sort of saves you while you don't do that. Like, he buys you some time. So you'll get one of those. Either you'll get the 2 cost, or you'll get Renounce, or you'll get Anatheron, right? There has to be something that you're getting out of it. So now we have 2 left. We're gonna do we got the warlock, or I mean we got the hunter and the mage. Okay, so we got 2 left. This is gonna be my favorite gimmick deck of all, or at least my favorite mechanic, in the sense of, I guess I had like 3 different things I would say. Like the Iron Juggernaut gimmick with just the simple, even in the past, flipping, using the Brewmasters and stuff to flip the Iron Juggernaut back to try to put as many mines in your opponent's deck as possible. And this was much earlier, where it didn't have the Death Rattle and you didn't have a lot of other cards. That was maybe my favorite gimmick deck, just to try to get those mines to go as many as possible. My favorite card overall that acts as a gimmick would be Renounced Darkness as an individual card. And then my favorite mechanic that I like to commit to as a gimmick overall would be the elusive one. Where before, obviously, it just recently got the keyword like a year or so ago. But it's a situation where I love the elusive mechanic. So this is going to be the elusive mage, in the sense that you have like every elusive minion in the game. And you might say, why mage? Because there are a couple good ones, but a lot of classes have a couple good ones. Like, let's see if there's even any new ones that I'm not aware of. Like, but it was because, okay, it has counterspell. We might need a couple things here too, Trog, Zor, and stuff. But yeah, like, what is it that we're doing? Like, how is it that the Death Knight doesn't have any too when they have that whole anti-magic shell aspect? Lost City of Ungoro, Taunt, like, which ones have I not seen, you know? Gigantify, Elusive, Lifesteal, Taunt. There's a Wizmang's Workshop. I guess I forget what that exactly is. Gigantify, someone get a... Well, what a specific effect. You had an 8 cost, 8/8 copy. Why is it so specific? Like, you get a bigger version of it, but why does it have to be 8/8? So we haven't seen that necessarily. 6/7 before the meme, of course, into the Emerald Dream. Elusive, Lifesteal, Taunt. But no, I mean, you had slim pickings of elusive in the early days of Hearthstone. Like, there weren't that many. Toyrantis instead of Tyrantis. Taunt, elusive. I mean, this is so fucking broken though. Power creep shit. Like, what is this? right? You would have this the 10 mana 12/12 elusive without even taunt, right? Maybe they added it later and it was whatever, but even this 6 mana, and if you have 10 mana crystals, it's a 14. Like, what is that shit, man? Okay, elusive, taunt, spellburst. You have your hero +8 attack this turn in game. Some of this power creep is crazy, but give all minions in your hand and deck +3/+3. But no, the interaction with Lorthamar is one of those that's really legendary now. See, like, hunters haven't gotten, like, some classes don't have any at all. Like, how is that possible? Like, what? In this much time of the game having been out. So Druid would be one that I definitely would do. And one of the old school iterations with that was like the AoE buff stuff. I would like have those AoE buff cards, and it would, like, you know, oh, you're able to buff stuff that you can't target. Like, it feels like you're rubbing it in their face. In fact, Druid might even make more sense than Mage when there's so many. Right, like, that's crazy actually to think about. How can there be so few? The hell? But no, you have this elusive. So I'm gonna copy of it. 6 mana 3/4. That's weird. I don't get it. Give a friendly minion +3 and elusive. At the end of your turn, get a random dragon. Miniaturize. So rogues don't have any. After you cast a nature spell, elusive taunt. What is it? It costs 1 less mana crystal for each time I overloaded this game. Discover 2 8-cost minions with taunt and elusive. To summon with like, you're discovering ones that already have to have it, which would be a limited pool, or they're gonna get that on top of whatever. Obviously the warrior just recently got these two that were pretty good. Then you look at the neutral ones. Other minions have elusive. Summon 2/2/1 paradoxes with elusive. Your hero's elusive, choose stealth, elusive, or wind fury. Like, there really aren't that many of those, the point. Across the time way, so this is recent. Prescient Slither Drake, elusive, costs 3 less if you're holding another dragon. Honestly, not that special. Sogoth, and then some of the other things we did was like Lotheb and the Trog guy, which I don't actually have, surprisingly. So what all do I have to disenchant here, first of all? And we would need like the fairy dragon. Okay, we have a lot of stuff to disenchant. We would need like the fairy dragon thing would make sense, right, with this, but I don't know if I have it, or I don't have enough gold to even get it. What is it called? Fairy Tale. Yeah, this would be the one that I would want, but I just like to represent that mechanic, I guess. Otherwise, like, which of these really makes sense? Because none of them really do. I guess that kind of, if you want to associate that with fairy dragons, maybe. Not really what I wanted, but okay. Unfavored that the Sargeras one really has nothing to do with it. This is the fucking Diablo one. Okay, so do this, and then so this is making me want to do it with the druid more than anything else. But again, Lorthamar is definitely a thing. We're gonna have to ingratiate some of the newer cards into here. I didn't realize druids had gotten so many, basically. Man, these are a lot shittier and less organized than I thought. Or even like the Embiggen thing. I do like Embiggen with that. Even though it's shitty, it's like, you have like Kalisath with it as well. Let me see that. We get rid of everything besides the yeah, for as much time as I've spent on these over the years, I'm surprised they're not a little better formed together. Like, they're kind of messy and incomplete and just, you know, disorganized. So we'll get up all the way to, again, keep the druid and keep the mage. And again, the interesting thing with druid is originally, it's not even so much about what classes had what elusive minions, because none of them really did. But there was a point where they had these stupid AoE buffs, druids. I mean, they still do, but like, oh, +1/+4 or something for 4 mana to all your minions, right? Pride of the Wild or some shit. And it's like, these cards are really bad, but they're just, the fact that you had AoE buffs is a novelty. Like, wow, I can buff these things that otherwise you can't do anything to. You can't heal them, you can't target them, your opponent can't target them, but I'm able to still buff them because why? Because they're, you know, those AoE buffs, which again at this point would be kind of shitty unless there's some better ones, but that was kind of the two differences of the elusive decks. The druid one would focus on the AoE buffs, the mage one would just focus, I guess, on counterspell or a couple of the secrets that would, whatever, multiply the like when they finally do attack into it, then you multiply it with the other thing, the whatever it's called, I forget. So we do need the Trog no matter what, right? That's an obligatory one. I'm not sure about some of the other ones here, some of the newer elusive or whatever it is. Like that new one isn't even that good. It's holding a dragon, which is not going to be relevant. Like, I'm not going to exclude it because of that, but it's just not really that much of an effect that you're going to benefit from. Again, you have Lotheb, you have Trog. Again, you're trying to counter spells as much as possible, which you might think really doesn't work, but then the win condition here becomes, not that it is a win condition, but Lorthamar. Imagine, like, oh, you have a 7 mana 7/7 with elusive. By today's standards, that's not that good. But then, oh, you do Lorthamar, now it's 7 mana 14/14, and like, it's really the best use of Lorthamar. I don't know if that's really what people intended from it or what, but like, that combo is so good because it can be so hard to deal with those, right? You can just kind of run away with it, and it allows you to, right, be kind of busted, because even modern decks, right, even whatever power creep you have, is not going to necessarily be enough to deal with that if you can get it to go off the right way, right? And so, because it's not just one thing. Oh, you dealt with that 14/14 with elusive, okay, cool, now I'm going to summon another one the next turn, and then another one. So at some point you're not going to be able to deal with that, right? It's going to be too much. So again, the Trog is a must. I'm not sure what else really we need, just some of the newer. It'd be a shame not to just have every elusive thing, but only on these two classes are really what I care about anyway. So we'll have at least 32 for the 2 legendaries, or 1 legendary and a bunch of other random shit. And like I said, we have this and we have the hunter, which the hunter is going to be, in fact, with this one, I'm trying to pick one that I really want to commit to. I can't decide between the druid and the mage. I almost want to do the druid now, because of all the other ones we have in there. Some of that shit is just power creeped out the ass though. Holy shit. Again, we could do either the druid with the AoE buffs or the mage with the whatever. Druid with the AoE buffs or the mage with the shit. With really just counterspell, and I don't know what other novelties there were to it. Just a couple secrets, really. I remember playing that specifically. Like, I'm watching the reacting to the Jody Arias trial. I think I mentioned that. A few of my old React content things, like, oh, I'm reacting to the Jody Arias trial and I'm playing that anti-spell mage, and then, oh yeah, like Sogoth. Even though Sogoth kind of sucks. And almost deserves to be excluded. It almost feels like I should have him, but I might leave him out just because it's so badly statted by today's standards that it's kind of tough to justify. But I mean, I should have him anyway. Let me see if I can afford all of this shit. Because what we really want is, again, a lot of those druid ones, which I don't think any of them were legendaries. Even that one seems broken, the Toyrantis dude, but it's kind of a joke. I mean, you're kind of ridiculing your own design with that insane level of power creep. It's just too much. Right, but again, we got Lorthamar, we got the elusives, and then we got maybe some support for the elusive stuff, which again could be either just either the buffs or like counter spells and stuff like that on top of it. Lothab, we got Lothab, and we got, it's like really like trying to rub it in their face. You go through all this, like you deal with the elusive minions, and then you decide to, oh, you finally get to deal with one, but then, oh, you'll get, you know, you buff everything in your deck, Lorthamar, or you finally deal with the one and then you go to attack it and you get cucked by a secret, or you know, now you summon another copy, the whatever mirror image secret, or you try to attack it and you get what else could happen, like, or you finally, okay, I'm going to use an AoE, and then the one time, because you can't use any single target spells anyway, you're getting cucked the whole time, and then what happens? You decide to you try to play an AoE, but you can't even do that because now Lothab's going to stop you from doing that too. So I could look up a few things here so we can make 3 legendaries. Like, are there other things? That's really my problem, is that I haven't kept up with the game to be able to understand if there's newer stuff that would play into some of these things. But the main thing with this is just to summon the elusive minions and just let it ride. And again, it's like the dream come true for like a mid-range board control type dude like me who likes the mid-range, where you want to get big stuff out there and feel rewarded for it. This is a good way to stop them from interfering with it, even despite all the power creep and everything. This can actually, again, it's not good and it's not consistent, but if it works, there's nothing even really good decks can do if you get the Lorthamar thing off and everything. So let me see here. Again, those two seem obligatory. The Sogoth, even though I don't want to use him at all, too expensive, too shitty, but basically you want to have like every elusive thing in the game all together. The Druid by far seems to have the most now. In fact, Mage doesn't have hardly any, but I guess I always just did it as Mage anyway. But I almost feel like I have to do Druid. Yeah, and maybe some of those AoE buffs, and we'll look at like things that increase your opponent's cost, like the Nerubian Unraveler I would always have in there. But maybe it'll be like where I have one of each, because it's not going to be enough room for all these cards to even have 2 copies, as much as I'd like that. Okay, come on. Got a good amount of dust on here, actually. Holy shit. I should have more than enough to do both of those now and everything else. Even Toyrantis, dude. Because a lot of them aren't going to be super high rarities anyway. They're just random cards. Right, the other elusive stuff. That starship mechanic seems so contrived, and the overlap with the other, whatever, with StarCraft itself seems contrived. But this is what happens in the desperate state of a game towards the end of its lifespan. But I never did get that Spectral Nozzle. Or why is it showing this card right now when I already changed my favorite from that? Wing Wedding. Or Welding. Okay, come on. I don't like how some of the cards that over time started to feel like so generic. Like, is it a reference to something actually in the game, or it's just some generic thing? Like, they make a little pun or something. At least like early on you would associate like, okay, this is an enemy from this zone in WoW, or it's a, you know, it'll have some referential name, like, oh, Ironforge Guard, or this, you know, it would have something identifying, whereas over time it's like it'll just say it generically. Safety goggles, like, no, you give us a name of the specific item, right? 4 strengths, 4 stam leather belt type shit. Give us something like line cook. That could be a generic thing from anything. Give us some flavor with that. Right, like what is the context of Pandaria line cook, or, you know, just something. in universe that you can associate with. Okay, I might not even need to worry about the neutral, but let me try one thing here. Let me try to make all the elusive stuff that we can. And the reason why is because I don't know why I keep doing that. All right. But this one is, I guess I'm not understanding. Still, Gigantify means what? Get an 8, just you get it for doing nothing. Okay. This is, again, these are cheap too. I like that. That I can't do without. Oh, this is so easy though. I mean, they're so cheap. They're all just shit rarity. We got the mage, which again, even that I don't care about because I just want the elusive to begin with. Like, I don't even care. Like, what secrets? Wait, what? What is this shitty? Why? Why does it? Oh my god. Whatever. Okay, Dream Rager we don't have, I guess. I don't know why it wants me to make the same thing that I already have. Summon to, I guess. And again, some of these are cheap, so it wouldn't even matter, but your minions have elusive, which is pointless because again, I could try to make one that isn't elusive, but choose to gain stealth until your next turn, elusive or Wind Fury. Like, what do you mean? Or it makes it confusing, but you gain elusive just period, right? Not until your next turn. And then hero, I don't care about the hero. I guess this kind of counts in the sense that, although I've typically avoided that one for some reason. Do 2 of these. And so now I could do why does it say it with that when okay, so we have Lotheb, so the Trog, and who was the other one? The Trog and I guess Sogoth, which I don't even, is there something else I forgot maybe? I mean, I feel like you gotta have Sogoth anyway. I hope I didn't forget one that I was just trying to say that. So let me try to understand the logic of this a little bit. Like, what secrets did we have? We had like mirror image, spitting image. Okay. So again, you have 2. Why do we have the Brewmaster? Like, why? What? Oh, even for Lorthamar, I guess. Maybe I ought to remake one of these from scratch, but again, you want as many of these as possible, or again, I have 2 of some of them. The Druid seems to really take priority here, but I don't really understand. Again, it would be those AoE buffs that are trash, but like somehow let me try to make one fresh with each, right, to try to understand what it is that we're doing here. So you go Druid, so this will be again elusive. Okay, so you could do Embiggen. Let me try to stick to one of each of these, I guess. That is an AoE buff. I mean, it's just going to be inconsistent because some of this is going to be power creeped out, and it's like anything that's an AoE buff, which there are going to be better ones too. Right, it'll be like give your minions +1 attack, or give your minions +1/+1. Give your minions +1/+1. Power of the Wild. Right, these are the kind of things. 3 mana for, like, what the fuck, dude? Give your minions +1/+1. Discard a random nature spell to give them +1/+1 more. Branching paths, which again, I have some of these cards, but it just doesn't acknowledge it, I guess. I don't know. But even the +1 attack doesn't matter. It's just, yeah, I don't know what it tries to gaslight you that you don't have some of these cards. Summon. Give your minions +1/+2. Again, these AoE buffs are very stupid, but 7, 2, 3. If your board is full, give your minions +1/+1. Give your other minions +1/+1. I don't understand, but okay. Cenarius would be kind of good, I guess, which I apparently don't have. That would almost fit into it a little bit. Instead of getting fucking Sogoth, maybe I should have done that. Right, like you're doing this versus Cenarius. I don't know. Damn it, I don't know how I fucked that up. Even though he seems shitty, that's like your boss type character. So we have Embiggen, we have Mark of the Lotus. You have any other buffs or any other elusive? Like, let me just do the elusive first to kind of understand what we have here. Yeah, that was a bit of a mistake though, because okay, that's elusive, that's elusive, 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 elusive. And then so this is which one was the newest one? It's a neutral one. Elusive, elusive, or we'll do this elusive, 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 elusive. So that's 24, and that includes maybe some of the buffs. So what are some of the other AoE buffs that we have? If you have any unspent mana, this would be the +1/+1. And again, there's gonna be a couple more AoE, but I can't even dignify doing that. But adapt is actually kind of good. Let's see what other ones we have that just do that. Give your other minions +1/+1 if you cast a nature spell while holding this. Give your minions +1/+1. Discard a random nature spell. Give them +1/+1 more. I thought I already just put that in there. And I thought I had Savage Roar too. What is this? Oh no, that's the wrong thing. Gigantify, elusive. We have the +1/+. This is the one I was talking about. I thought it was +1/+4. It's even shittier than I thought. Like, it's so dumb, but give your minions +2/+1. What is this? Give your other minions +1/+1. Like, it's not worth it to have this in there though, just for that reason. Spell, you have a +2/+4 in taunt. Add a copy. This one I had in here. This one you have +2/+2, +2/+2. There's really too many of those, so it starts to become kind of stupid. So again, the elusive minions themselves are fine, and again, the one that makes all this kind of trivial is Lorthamar himself, where, you know, that just makes it too good. But let me see. Okay, Embiggen is okay. Mark of the Lotus is kind of dumb. Because again, the intent of this one is pointless because you don't want to summon the thing. Elusive, elusive, elusive. I mean, some of these are just garbage. Some of these are just absolute garbage. Elusive, adapt. Elusive. So this is the same as the twin spell thing, I guess. Random nature spell. You're not going to have... That one doesn't even have a class to it. Discard a random nature spell to give them +1/+1 more. Not sure how I feel about that one actually. Okay, Savage Roar is a good finisher. Elusive, 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 elusive. Some of these we're gonna have to give up. Give your minions +2/+1. And then... Okay, that one's not worth having just for that reason. This one is +2/+4 in taunt. This is 6 more to get rid of. Again, you have a +2/+2. One less for each treant you summon this game. I don't think I'm going to be doing that. Summon 2 treants, like that would barely make a difference even. +2/+1. Again, that's kind of trivialized by... You know what, man? I regret making Sogoth. And what did I say I should have made instead? I was saying something. Give your minions +2/+2 in taunt. Wasn't there one that was just better than that right here? Give them +2/+4 in taunt. Like, fuck me. Again, Tyrantus is good. The other Tyrantus is better. Lord Thamar. A lot of the AoE buffs. I'll try to make a thing here still too. I feel like Savage Roar is pretty necessary actually. Adapt, elusive. Again, everything with elusive is a must. Either Embiggen you get rid of or Mark of the Lotus. Maybe. Savage Roar, I feel like maybe doesn't seem like it fits, but it's kind of a good important finisher because if you get stuff out there, that might be the best chance you're gonna get if you get stuff to stick, you know? Either Embiggen or Embiggen or Mark of the Lotus. It costs up to 1 more, up to 10. There's nothing here that really makes sense to get rid of. I mean, give your minions +2/+2. I mean, that is really shitty though. Like if you have something that at least fills the same need, like the same thing, it's just +2 more in taunt. Okay, so we're gonna leave that. Then let's do the mage, elusive mage, and then we're going to wait. Did I put the Trog even in there? What? But how? Oh, I'm forgetting a lot of things like Lothab. The fuck? Those should be in here. Right, but I don't have room with all this. Like, what can I get rid of? I can get rid of, again, some of the buffs that are kind of shitty, but I want at least one of every elusive thing in the game. Okay, Mark of the Lotus is maybe pretty shitty. You'd have Lothab and you'd have the Trogzor dude. Where did he go? Trogzor the Earthinator, and I could do either Savage Roar or this. Again, how many buffs do I really have? I have the 1 buff there, I have the 1 buff there. Again, Savage Roar is a good finisher. Rides Fury, so I don't know. The health there actually makes it somewhat meaningful, like that you're AoE healing something, but I don't know what to really make of that. Again, that one can work out really well if you get... Okay, this will be the same thing as far as, like, again, all the elusive stuff. The Trog. All the other ones seem cute, but they're not really as relevant. So let me try to do this, and then we have to do the Hunter one. It's going to be basically the same thing. Like, okay, have every elusive thing. And then if I have some leftover room, I'll, even so God doesn't belong here. We do like Lord Thamar. And we do, some of the secrets, like, okay, counter spell and shit. Counterspell, duplicate, splitting image. I'm gonna copy of your highest. So all this kind of stuff goes along with it, and then now I could just double up on some of the best ones because I don't know what else we put in here. You have Lotheb, you have the Trog. So like, you know, you have 2 cost, 2 cost. What are really the absolute best ones that I would want more of? Maybe some of the higher cost ones. Arcane Defenders could be good. I mean, yeah, I don't know what else to do because unless there's other good secrets. Effigy is what? It's more about making these things even harder to deal with. Enemies turn end deal infinite damage to their highest health minion. After opponent plays a minion, someone to add 2 copies to your hand. Mana bind, mirror entity. If you didn't take any damage, this could be kind of a troll thing to do too, because you'll say, okay, they try to do that. They try to deal with your thing on the board and you get them with that. I'm not sure if that really makes sense for this, but make a copy again. If you have one of these things that sticks, after an enemy minion attacks your hero, summon a copy. Okay. Secret. Control a secret, summon a copy. Secret revealed. Secret, okay. If you control a secret, on 2 random 5 cost. Australia server secret you control, cast 5 secrets. Oh my god. Yeah, basically we're thinking about like doubling up in such a way that either doubling up on the minions or on the secrets, like I don't know. These are to more so protect the minions, like you finally think you get rid of one and then you do this, like like mana bind does what exactly? Where did it go? Your opponent casts a spell, but see, that doesn't help. It doesn't stop it. Right, objection is plays a minion. So what happens is you know, you don't have any AoE or stuff like that, but oh, and I keep forgetting certain things like Nerubian Unraveler. What? Right, Nerubian Unraveler. One of the spells costs 1 more. Enemy spells cost 2 more next turn. Which doesn't really seem worth it even, but Really, either 5 or don't bother. 2 doesn't do anything for you. One of the spells costs 1 more. Your spells cost 1 more. Control another dragon. Your spells cost 2 less. That's 5. Some of these I guess I should have, but I don't know if they're really worth it. 1 more next turn. These seem kind of shitty. Like, why? When we have one of each of these, so I can't really do anything. I kind of didn't want to do duplicates, but we have every elusive thing in the game. Right, the hero thing doesn't even matter to me. We have that. What else could I do? Okay, counter spell. Maybe we'll just do the secrets. Like, okay, counter spell 1. Oh yeah, even, well, that seems cute, but like how many things do we have that aren't I guess a few. Open a copy of this each turn. You played an elemental. So normally, I mean, you could say you have some AoEs or something, but it's just not quite what I wanted. You don't have any spells, any removal. It's kind of like you hate spells, so the only spells you play are to stop other spells. Again, you could do the trogs as well, but the problem is it really worth it? Because you could do these like instead of the one of the double up on the secrets or on that. Like do you really need 2 of these? Is that really necessary? Again, everything has to do with that. Like, okay, your opponent's spells cost 1 more. Elusive, double counter spell, elusive. Opponent's spells cost 1 more. Elusive. You might think this has nothing to do with it, but it makes these elusive minions even harder to deal with. Like, they finally kill one and then you get it back. Elusive. They target one of the things that's not elusive, it still gets countered. Minions attacked. They finally attack into it because they can't deal with it with a spell. You get a copy of it. You get a copy of something there. Elusive, elusive. You get attack there. Elusive, elusive. Enemy spells cost 2 more next turn. Enemy spells cost 5 more next turn. You have the Nerubian Unraveler. 2 more period. Elusive, elusive. Elusive, elusive. Lord Thamar, obviously. Elusive. You get the Trog. You get the... I don't know, like some of these might not make sense though, because like of all these gimmick decks, maybe a lot of them don't have spells though either. So let me do the last one. The hunt. It's gonna be weird, yeah. If you were to pit these against each other, then there's one problem. Is like you have all this elusive stuff, but do you actually have spells in any of these? Because it doesn't feel like I do. You know, okay, let me think back. You have the shaman doesn't have spells that target stuff directly, right? The shaman only has stuff that is like AoE devolve and stuff, right? So that almost wouldn't matter. The paladin only has things that are the paladin has only like buffs. The whiz-bang and whiz-bang could be relevantly countered. The warrior ironically has maybe some things like that that are execute, or that's really it, I guess. Yeah, none of these have removal such that that would even be relevant though. That's the stupid thing about it. The Warlock has mostly minions. So yeah, in this capacity of going against these other decks, it'd be kind of pointless because there is no fucking spells. Right? None of these actually have spells. But I guess some of it's stopping spells, period, right? Not just spells that target you, but it's stopping spells that allow you to it's stopping spells that allow you to play them at all, right? Like Lotheb and somewhat the Nerubian Unraveler and shit. So I don't know, but that's kind of funny. Yeah, none of those decks actually have any spells, any like removal or anything like that. So it's all, you know, that in itself is a theme right there. You could say, you know,
Time passes and things change, but we've always got a seat for you.
that's almost part of the format. None of those decks actually have removal or anything that really targets anything that actually targets anybody. So the elusive one, as much as I love the elusive one, in that context is kind of stupid because it's not actually going to do anything. Right, let me double check that once more. That seems kind of comical. There's actually no reason to do it because right, it does, there's nothing that you're using. Like, let me look at it once more. You have again, the evolved deck has only spells that are going to either AoE, devolve stuff, or buff your own. There's nothing that actually targets something directly. The Paladin only has buffs. I'm cucking my own Gimmick if I was to fight against these other decks. There's nothing that targets stuff there. Again, Whizbang would be left to be determined. Obviously, that will have some spells, but the again, Explore and Goro thing, there's like really only one thing that has it, which is the Execute. That is so unbelievable. So I've cucked myself. Either I hate magic, so I try to counter it, or I just don't use it myself. Renounced Darkness, also same thing. It's going to be all the Warlock Legendary, so there are no spells. Wait. Oh, I had a different one. Okay. The Elusive also doesn't have spells that target things. So that's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. So like I make this Elusive thing, but there's nothing that would be targeting from these other decks. Okay, last one is going to be the Hunter. It should be like Harnass's Brood, which I don't even care, but it's like, it's basically just,
Whenever you go, the tavern's always here for you.
it's just a situation where I don't even know. Like, Hunter is one of those classes that you'd struggle with trying to explain. What was the other thing I wanted for the Elusive anyway? None of these decks actually have spells. That's crazy, right? Actual spell removal. Anyway, they're all like buffs or stupid things, but they're not actually single target. You know, they're either AoEs or buffs for their own things or something like that. And then what was the card thing I did for that? Hang on. We had done the, let me double check something. Because we had done this one and it was like, I didn't have the Fairy Dragon one, so I forgot what I used for that. So let's just finish off with the Hunter. Be interesting to see really how balanced these are or aren't, because it's kind of a crapshoot, or you'd never be able to guess, like, okay, I got lucky one time or something, but it'll be like matchup based. But
I know you'll keep the time
some of them are
wasted.
so bad, and that's part of the point of the gimmicks. So what was I saying? Oh yeah, the card backs. Which one did I pick as my favorite? Okay, get rid of that. This is gonna be like deck specific, which none of these I've even kept like that, but where I have multiple, I've tried to tidy it up right to one. In fact, that's the whole point of kind of why I'm doing this. Make everything kind of super clear as to what I'm using on each thing, but it's just absolutely exhausting to go through all these. That's crazy. And I could kind of make it even more clear with this, but again, I'm just too lazy to like look at the newer cards or try to fit them in or integrate it. But again, elusive and stuff like that make it easy, because it doesn't matter about newer cards that might synergize or things like that. It's just more about newer cards that would fit right within the same gimmick and mechanic. And now my audio is glitching out, which... Oh, I did this at the beginning too. I don't even care. So let me... Like, what is it that we even have? Like, I don't know. This is Zul'jin, Malagos. Why do we have Playbreaker, dude? What the fuck is this? Like, seriously, what the fuck is this? I mean, the fun gimmick with the Hunter would just be... This is like Karnas's Brood. We also have Yogg. We have Emerus. Like, what is all this? Wow, what a great card. 10 mana to double the attack and health of all minions in your hand. What if there was something that did that for your entire deck for 7 mana? That's what you call power creep. Right, replace that with Lorthamar. I have both. I have both. Maybe that's why I'm kind of sticking it to you and trolling you. So this would be the Karnas's Brood thing, where you do have some of these one cost. Next beast you summon gets +1/+1. This would be, again, the relation to from the highest to the lowest, so you can actually get the shit. Okay. Oh, this seems weird. The rest of the game, your first card costs 0. You die in 3 turns. I don't even understand what this is. What the fuck is this? Why is Yogg even in here? Like, there's not enough spells to even justify it, is it? What? Yes, all spells you play this game. What is the spell thing here? I don't get it. There are no spells. Yeah, between all these decks, there are no spells that actually... Must be something I'm missing with this one, because... For each spell you've cast this game, like, there's the Marsh Queen, and there's this. And then the rest is just random shit. Is that maybe that counts as a spell? Like, I don't know what. I don't know what that does. Maybe those could count as spells? Like, I don't even know. Maybe these count as spells. This is obviously a very fun card with that mechanic, the zombies. The most fun mechanic from the Death Knight Heroes, not necessarily the best. Lorthamar in this one as well. Resurrect friendly beasts that cost 5 or more, which that could be some of the stuff. Yeah, I don't understand why Yogg is in here. I really don't get it. Like, what is this deck? Look at the legendaries that go down the line. Like, what the fuck is this deck? You're trying to get Carnassas out there, but there is no spell. Like, I don't get the spell part. Cast all spells you played this game. Is there something else that's giving me spells? Like, I don't understand. Seems like such a stupid thing. Like, maybe you should put more spells in there would be kind of the thing, but it's more maybe about, I don't know. I honestly don't know what the fuck this is. What is this one? Is like the Malagos shit. Okay, it's definitely not that. I don't know why. Yeah, I really can't explain it. That's the Yu-Gi-Oh reference. I'll just call it that as a troll. One of the many just made up cards that you get with Yu-Gi-Oh, because I'm so confused. Like, I honestly don't even get it. Again, okay, this makes sense because, okay, you're trying to do, you know, one cost to try to get Carnass, so that's fine. But, you know, you reorder the thing. These are good. This is good. This is obviously 1/1s. This is just a good card. Some of these might even be too good for what they are, but like, why is this? Seems like a combination of two things, because what is it giving you, Malagos? I don't get it. Like, maybe I'll do that. Okay, I'll get rid of some of the doubles, right? I'll get rid of some of the doubles, and then I'll replace those with spells. It'll be like Arcane Shot and just some damage spells. Like, I don't know. Some of the arcane shit. I don't know. I sometimes split these between too many different things. Let me try it again. You can go disenchant everything. Like, it's supposed to be Malagos plus Yogg plus Carnassa plus Rexar. Like, what the fuck do I make with some of these gimmicks? Like, it's all over the place. That is wild. Like, which of these decks would be usable outside of Wild? And obviously none of them, but it goes beyond that. Like, even there, it's gonna be so dumb. There's a certain minimalistic quality to them. Are you gonna see just random chance and stuff? So it's a situation where I don't know. It'd just be a clusterfuck to compare all these. So, like, some of those arcane spells as well could be relevant. This one doesn't have maybe as much of a theme to it, or again, you're kind of combining too many together in a way that doesn't really make sense. So get rid of everything on here. And that allows me to basically be complete with the gimmick decks, so I'll just kind of mess around with them later. And I don't know. Right, like, to pit these against each other would be kind of fun as a thing to see how they would do. Okay, come on. It'd be made so much easier with like a mass disenchant mechanic like I was talking about. Yeah, this is crazy how long this took, how exhausting it is, and I didn't even really look meaningfully through all the cards in the game, but like you'd have to really do that to figure out, okay, I'm trying to do this mechanic. It's not even that I'm trying to do it optimally, but I'm just trying to do it, period. And it's like, I don't know, but you would notice like the emphasis on a lot of these is either board control, you know, fighting it out on the board like a man, or either, you know, allowing yourself to, I don't know, not have removal, for example. I don't even need this much dust. I'm just trying to tidy it anyway. Or we have like the Sylvanas hero here. The 3D one that's much better than the Thirst Trap Ner'zhul shithead that I got just more as a joke. Or I wanted the Frozen Armor Ner'zhul, which I guess maybe that Spectral Ner'zhul is the closest thing to that. But it's a situation where okay, get rid of this shit. Keep the hunter stuff, obviously. I don't like how I'm combining maybe so many of these things together, though. Because that doesn't make it better, is the problem. Right, if you have too many of these archetypes combined, it's just like you're combining three, you know, the Malgos thing and the Yogg, and like, what the fuck? It's just kind of a mess. Ugh. Imagine not having a better way to do this though in 2026. Like fucking games went out for 13 years and you cannot, which is a shock to even realize, but yeah, one day I'd have to actually look through, and you saw how long this took and how exhaustive it was, so I'll probably never do that. But I'd have to look through like every single card in the game and try to see if there's something interesting I could tie together with some of this, but I don't know if I care enough to do that. And again, it's not about even making the highest quality. That might actually be one that I want to keep. You'll 5 damage random. No, I guess not. Okay. Feels like they didn't do enough with the double spell thing where it's like shared between classes. Feels like they could have done more with that, like whatever, more synergies and stuff. Like compared to Magic, it pales in comparison where you can just combine 2 colors. First of all, there's fewer colors, so it's not as overextended as this game with like double the classes as there are colors. But number 2 is, even if you do operate like that, you basically right, even then it's like you could freely combine 2 colors or whatever, or all colors, but it's like here you get, oh, you can combine 2 but only kind of partially, and right, in a very, very limited way. And the way they made Death Knights is kind of a clown show too, because okay, let me look at the arcane shit here. And the reason why is because, okay, I have all of it, so I don't understand, but deal 1 damage, summon a random minion of that cost. 2 damage to a minion, draw that many cards. You have all arcane spells in your hand plus 1 damage. Deal 3 damage, your next spell has plus 2. You have all arcane spells in your hand and deck plus 1. This is almost what I was trying to play at, but I don't understand. 3 random enemies. Almost like you could do The problem with this one is it won't hit the same enemy multiple times, right? It has to be 3 separate. So if there's nothing out there, I think 2 damage to a minion. You don't really want that. Right, because if it could do that, then imagine you have Malagos and he has nothing on the field, and then you do this, then it does, like, I don't know if it works like that. Ricochet shot, Hearthstone, 1 target. Simple geometry, quite complex. Animation better be good. Arcane package isn't what I thought. 1 to 2 damage spells. Supposed to work with arcane damage. That's disgusting. This is 3 years ago. I don't really get it, but if it did work that way. So double arcane shot. This doesn't feel like enough spells. I don't know how to explain it. Deal 3. Nice has +2 damage, which doesn't even seem worth it really at all, but deal 2. Don't really care about card draw with any of these. So you'll see we don't have any single target removal. We don't have any removal really at all with any of these decks, and we don't have like arcane spells. Like there's not enough of them. Like I don't get it. Get an arcane shot. What? Improve my spell damage. And you get how many through that? You can get potentially 3. So again, we have 1, 2 spells, 3 spells, 4 spells. I don't understand. 5, 6, 7 spells. Like it's just not a real thing, man. Why the fuck I put Yogg and stuff like this in here? This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Again, I wouldn't care about that. I don't know if Ricochet shot works the way that deal 1 damage. And that could work with the spell damage too, like, oh, but it doesn't really matter. You have all arcane spells in your hand +1. Give all arcane spells in your hand and deck +1. So, I mean, you could obviously do it all together with that, but I don't know. Ricochet, I kind of want a verdict on that. Does Ricochet shot work with 1 target? Will it hit the same target 3 times, basically? And let me see what other shit we have here. Something to do with... Wait. Oh, that is to do with her anyway, but... There wouldn't be one to do with Karnasa, is there? Okay, so we have... Let me check that one final thing. Does Ricochet shot hit same target? It does not hit the same target multiple times. I like this. This is Google AI telling me that too. Okay, see you tomorrow.